In the Daohi continent, strength is very important. Those who fight using battle spirits are called spirit warriors. They are the strongest and most powerful people in the Daohi continent. The fighting spirits are divided into 9 levels based on their strength. Before advancing to each level, many years of preparation and soul strength accumulation are required. If a person doesn't awaken their fighting spirit before the age of 12, they won't have a chance to do so later. The head of the Luo Xiaotian family shouted at the boy that he was trash. He should kneel when talking to the head. Luo Chen, the young master of the Luo family, stood next to the head of the family. Ye Changling, the eldest son of the Ye family, asked, "Why did the Luo family give birth to such a person? Could their marriage contract have been a mistake?" Meanwhile, Ye Ryu had already awakened a 5th-level fighting spirit. The Wushu Academy, the first academy in Tiandu, has already recognized this. The academy is also against this contract. Lu Sheng, the headmaster's youngest son, said that this Luo Chen was about to turn 12 years old, and he still hadn't been able to awaken his fighting spirit. Everyone in their county knew that he was simply useless. Liu Sheng said that he would be honest with the headmaster. He came from the Wushu Academy, and they saw that Ye Ryu had talent. She was not as good as Luo Chen. Liu Sheng knew that this marriage contract, which was supposed to be a sign of his talent, should not be a stain on Ye Ryu's reputation. He hoped that the head of the Luo family would be sensible and see the big picture. The leader heard that the Ye family had to come here in person. Although the leader of the Luo family is strong, he would not dare to provoke their academy and the Yi family. The headman agreed, saying that they shouldn't worry about the marriage contract since that's what they wanted. They could simply terminate it. Chang Lao told Lord Luo that he seemed to have misunderstood them. He would tell him directly that they were hoping their family would break the contract. After all, young Master Luo is useless now, and they should understand for themselves that he is not worthy of Ye Ryu. Then the boy raised his head a little, and Lord Luo used force. He called him an idiot and asked who allowed him to rise. The boy was in pain and screamed at his father. The Lord told him not to call him father anymore. He was just an adopted child that he didn't even want to have. He thought the boy would be useful to him when he took him. The boy was angry and asked his father what he said. The Lord said that his Luo family was not a dumping ground for people like him. From that day on, the boy was no longer part of their family. The boy stood up, laughing loudly. He said that the Lord threw away their relationship as father and son, and was driving him out of the family just to save his own face and reputation. The Lord said that the Daohi continent has always been a place where the weak get eaten by the strong. The boy is to blame for his own weakness. The guard told his partner that he didn't know that Luo Chen was actually the Lord's adopted son. The second guard said that it was no wonder the Lord was so evil. The Luo family had spent so much time and effort, and in the end he was just trash. The Lord asked the Yi family if he was satisfied now. There was no one named Luo Chen left in their family, and no one was talking about a marriage. A girl from the Ye Ryu family came to Chen and asked if he was okay. She gave him a spiritual pill that would help him heal. Chen didn't feel any regret and threw the pillbox aside, waving his hand at him. Sheng grabbed his hand and said that Sister Ryu was kind and wanted to help him, but he rejected her help. Chen asked Sheng, "What do you think? Should he accept this humbly? Bow to them and say thank you?" Chen pulled his hand away and said that one day she would regret what happened today. Sheng said that this man is truly just a horrible person. He can't even accept a kind gesture. But then Sheng thought about it, because he felt that Chen had great spiritual power hidden within him, and he became interested. That day, Chen began cultivating at home and thought that his father was abandoning him to maintain his own reputation. Then he remembered his father's words, that he should only blame himself for his own weakness. Chen refused to accept this. It was raining heavily, the clouds were gathering, and the lightning was flashing more and more. While Chen was saying that his spiritual power was growing, it was a sign that he was awakening. But if he didn't restrain her, she might not only not wake up, but also explode. But he kept thinking about what his father had said. The man had called him trash. Since he had lost the respect of the Luo family, he should leave. His father said that anyone who couldn't awaken their fighting spirit was no use to their family. They might as well just die. Chen said he'd rather die than accept that. Chen raised his hands up in protest. "My name is Luo Chen, not trash," he declared. Suddenly, lightning struck the roof of the house, heading straight for Chen. and he lost consciousness. Chen was surprised and thought, could it be his fighting spirit? It finally broke through. Chen said it was ironic that he had to lose everything and risk his life to awaken his fighting spirit. The next morning, the two brothers returned home. When the boy opened the door, he was surprised by what he saw. The boy shouted to the third brother that someone was lying in their shelter. He didn't say a word. The third brother rushed in and asked, "Who is so brave? And who dares to take over his and his brother's place?" The boy asked his brother if the man was really dead. Then he started crying, because he was scared. His brother hit him on the back of the head and told him not to jump to conclusions. The third brother went to Chen and checked his pulse. He found that he was still breathing. However, he had severe injuries that an ordinary person could not survive. The third brother asked if he was a spiritual warrior. The boy asked how that was possible. He looked about their age. If he really was a spiritual warrior, his family should protect him. But he was badly wounded. The third brother said he would go to the pharmacy and try to buy some healing medicine. Xiao Wu told his brother that they had worked so hard that day for just 2 copper coins, and they didn't even have anything to eat. The older brother told the younger that there was nothing wrong with that. Saving a life was much more important. At this time, Chen regained his senses and saw human forms in front of him. Xiao told his brother that he would go with him. On this beautiful evening, Xiao and the elder brother stood over Chen. Xiao said that it looked like their medicine was starting to work, and he asked when Chen would wake up. The older brother said that this guy was badly hurt and was very lucky to survive. The green light of the sun fell directly on the roof of the house where Chen was. The elder brother noticed something strange and didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, green rays engulfed Chen completely. The light lifted Chen up to the sky and held him in the air. Chen woke up and asked, "Is this really his sea of consciousness?" Then he decided to test his intuition and thought, could this be my fighting spirit? He knew that there were 4 types of martial spirits on the Dohi continent: beast, weapon, plant, and mystical. The first 3 types of fighting spirit are the most common, but the mystical spirit is extremely rare. Only 1 in a million people have this fighting spirit. Chen said that his martial spirit awakens like a beast's, but it looks like a plant. However, it is a plant martial spirit. Chen thought for a long time and could not understand what type of fighting spirit he had. After examining his body, he noticed that his wounds were healing more quickly. Could this be because of his fighting spirit? He directed this fighting spirit from his hand to his mouth and began to absorb it. Then, a green light spread throughout his body. Chen opened his eyes and was surprised to realize he didn't know where he was. The elder asked him who he was. And was he okay? Chen stood up and asked the boys if they had saved him. Xiao said that his older brother got him the medicine, and that if it weren't for him, the boy would have died already. The older man gave Chen some food and told him not to talk too much because he had just woken up, and to eat a little. Chen immediately thought that his own family was ready to kill him, and these 2 beggars were giving their last to help him. Chen thanked the boy. The older brother told him to stay there and take care of his wounds, and said that he and his brother would try to find better food the next day. Xiao asked his brother, "Do you want to go there again?" "They will kill us if they catch us." The elder asked Xiao if he was scared. The elder told Xiao not to be afraid, explaining that this time they would go to another place where there were many barrels of water and bread. Xiu said it was still too dangerous. The elder said he had decided it was Luo Hong's estate. He's sure that if he asks, they'll give them some food. If he has decided, he cannot be stopped. After a couple of hours, Chen was resting and getting his strength back when he suddenly heard Xiao telling his brother to hold on. Chen put it back where he had found it. He opened his shirt and was surprised. He asked who had hit him so hard. Xiu said that they went to the Luo estate and begged for some food, but they were beaten, and the third brother took it all on himself. Chen, hearing about Luo, realized that they were the ones who did this to him. Chen used his powers to heal the boy's wounds. Chen remembered that when he had forcibly awakened his fighting spirit, his wounds had worsened. He had healed himself after swallowing his fighting spirit, so maybe he could heal others' wounds too. Maybe his fighting spirit is a healing type. After all, spiritual doctors are a special kind of spiritual warriors, equal to weapons in their fighting spirit. Some say that the most powerful spiritual doctors can even revive the dead. They are extremely rare on the Dohi continent, so they are highly prized. Chen told Xiao not to worry. His brother had no internal injuries. His bones were split, and there were many bruises. Xiao asked Chen if he was a spiritual doctor. Chen said not really. His martial spirit could only heal his external injuries. But he is unable to restore his bones. To heal him completely, he will need a bone restoration pill. Xiao imagined what kind of pill that might be. How much would it help them? Xiu said that he heard that one of these costs several hundred gold coins. They can't buy it. Is his brother really going to die? Chen looked at both brothers and stood up abruptly and said that this happened because they wanted to help him. Now it was his turn to help them. At the table in Qinfeng Pavilion, the young master of the Wu family, Wu Yun, gathered all his brothers from different families. Wu told Brother Luo and Mu that he didn't expect them to visit him together today. What was the reason for their visit? The grandson of the second elder of the Luo family, Kun said to Brother Wu. Has he heard of Ryu from the Ye family? It is said that she is very talented and was able to awaken a 5th-level fighting spirit at such a young age. Young Master Mu Lu said that even the Wushu Academy had noticed her talent and had already taken her in. At this rate, there will be no room for their families in Wulin County. Wu thought that it seemed like the Mu and Liu families wanted to team up with him and deal with the Ye family. The girl came up and said that she wanted to remind them that her Wu family was only engaged in business and did not get involved in the squabbles between the two families. Yun received the information from the girl and was very surprised. He stood up indignantly and headed for the exit. Yun went outside and saw Luo Chen. He asked him how he could survive, because they thought Chen had already died. Chen told Wu Yun that he wanted to ask him for a few things. Yun said that since Chen needed something, could he use the magic word, please? Chen said that he wanted Yun to give him a book on martial spirits written by his Wu family, and also a bone restoration pill. Yun said that the martial spirit book from his Wu family was one of the best books in the area, and the bone restoration pill was a very valuable medicine that was hard to come by. But he heard that Chen was kicked out of the Luo family because he couldn't awaken his fighting spirit, so why should he give him all this? Why did Chen ask? Does Yun think that since he was kicked out of the family, there is no point in supporting him anymore? Yun told Chen that he didn't mean anything like that. He just heard rumors about it. Chen said that he understood what Yun was getting at. Then he would just let him know why he should support him. And then Chen couldn't hold back and hit Yun so hard that he was pinned to the door, and he showed his strength. Yun asked Chen what he was doing. He warned him if Chen dared to kill him. And then Yun suddenly fell silent and felt that his injury from this blow. Why did it immediately go away? Yun said to Bart Luo, could he really awaken his fighting spirit and also become a spiritual doctor? Chen said that there was no need to be so surprised. He was only able to awaken a 2nd-level fighting spirit. Yun smiled and said that it seemed like rumors really couldn't be trusted. After all, Brother Luo is very young and has a 2nd-level fighting spirit, so it's normal. And the Luo family are complete idiots. They lost a genius who could have completely changed their entire destiny. Chen said that his Luo family doesn't know that he awakened the martial spirit. Yun said that since the Luo family doesn't know about it, maybe he would like to join his Wu family then? Chen was surprised by this proposal and asked Yun why. Yun told him that perhaps he didn't know it yet. Recently, representatives from one of the best academies in all of Tiandu, the Wushu Academy, came to their Wulin County and said that they had 3 spots left for new students, and if with his talent he will definitely be able to take one place for himself. Chen asked, Wushu Academy? He thought that the good academy in their area was the Wushu Academy. Yun said that he thought correctly. The Wushu Academy had recently fallen into decline because it was being oppressed by the Wushu Academy. But it has always been and will always be considered one of the best academies in the entire area. If he can get into Wushu Academy, he can reach the top. And this time, those who enter the Wushu Academy will be given a chance to obtain the Tanluo pill. The 2nd-class Tangluo pill is top quality. It can clear the meridians and expand the soul. It will greatly help him in the future for any spiritual cultivator. However, in a small place like Wulin County, it is considered a real treasure, as well as a legendary medicine. The girl told Master Wu that Lords Luo and Mu were very unhappy with his absence. Wu said that if they were so unhappy, she could tell them to leave. He was talking to a VIP. Chen said that these 3 places were very valuable. When people from Wushu Academy came to recruit disciples, there would be a real storm in Wulin County, but he still would not join his Wu family. Yoon sighed and accepted his answer. He told the girl to bring Brother Luo what he asked for. The guard brought a tray and bowed and told Brother Lo that here was everything he asked for. Chen took it all for himself and thanked him. Yoon laughed and said that Brother Luo was so polite. Yoon took out a bag and told him to take this too. There are 100 gold coins here. It is a small gift from him. Chen thanked Bharat Wu and said that he would never forget his generosity. And then they parted ways. Strahd told Master Wu that he would really just give him such valuable things. He drove away Masters Luo and Mu just to help him. Yoon told him to just think of it as an investment in their future cooperation. Chen is very talented. Just wait until he becomes a good spiritual doctor and it will all pay off for them. When Chen went outside, he thought that with the help of the bone restoration pill, that Brother's wounds would heal within half a month. The guy met Chen and said that he was wondering who this VIP person was that Master Wu had to leave them because of, and it turned out to be a scumbag from the Luo family. Chen said that he had better not stand in his way. The guy said that he was interested. The trash of the Liu family dare to be impudent to him. At this moment, a guy in uniform came out from behind Chen and wanted to attack one of them. But it was Chen. He saw it and managed to dodge such an attack. And then the guy was surprised how he could do that. Chen turned around and saw Luo Kun. Chen knew that even a year had passed, and he was meeting people from the Luo family again. The guy who attacked Chen called him trash, and asked Chen how he dared to dodge his taka. Chen laughed and said, "What is this guy calling him? Trash?" Chen said that Luo Kun, the grandson of the second elder, so technically he is his cousin, but now he is an outcast and does not care that he is his cousin. The boy didn't like it and decided to attack. But Kun stopped his brother Lo and told him to calm down. Kun said that he heard that Chen had been cultivating his soul for 3 years, and at the age of 6, he was able to become a spiritual warrior without even awakening his martial spirit. And you could say that he is a genius of sorts. And then Lo couldn't help but laugh, and told his brother not to make him laugh. Luo said that even if he had a small beginning of genius, he still could not awaken his fighting spirit. And he was expelled from the family. He was just trash. Luo told Chen to kneel down and beg for mercy right now. Chen told them to stop talking nonsense. He didn't have time to talk to them. Let them be kind, not create trouble for themselves, and let him pass already. Kun attacked him and asked, "Chen thinks he will let him go so easily?" Chen noticed this and jumped over his attack. Chen told Kun that he had better not go too far. Kun said, "How can it not be too far?" Chen had been in the Luo family for many years, and not only had he taken the position of young master, but the head of the family was also partial to him and hoped for his trash talent. But Chen didn't live up to expectations, and took away the young master's position that should have been his. Chen doesn't want to apologize for this? Kun said he would teach Chen a lesson so he would know his place. This is his 3rd-level martial spirit, Fire Staff. Let's see how long Chen can act tough. Chen looked around and realized that Kun had materialized a fighting spirit and decided to kill him. And then Kun attacked Chen with his staff. Chen managed to dodge his attack and grabbed the staff with both hands, showing off his new abilities. Kun was surprised to see this and asked how this was even possible. Chen punched him and told him to get lost. Luo saw this too and thought Chen was trash. Then how could he catch Luo Kun's fire staff with his bare hands? Now Luo realized that perhaps Luo Chen was even more than a genius. That very evening, Chen came to the house and treated the boys to food. Chen told Brother Xiao that his wounds should recover soon, so take a good rest for now. Senior Xiao said that it had only been half a night, but he was already feeling much better. The bone repair pill really was a miracle medicine. Xiao asked Chen where he got it, and he also brought so much food. Chen said it was nothing. He just asked for it from his old friend. Xiao thanked Chen and said that if it weren't for him, he would probably have died. Chen asked Xiao if he still planned to make a living by begging. Xiao asked, "What else should they do? They were born without fighting spirits. On the Daokt continent, only strength is important, and they are not hired even for the most basic work." Chen said that it is wrong to make money by begging. "Here, let them take some gold coins. With them, they can open a small business. This is better than begging." Xiao thanked Chen and said, "But this gold can only make their lives easier temporarily, and not relieve them of all difficulties. Besides, they will not be able to invest or save so much money. They will be beaten and robbed, and they will have to beg again. Chen now understood that on the Dohi continent, those who were weak and did not possess martial spirits were not considered human. He was even expelled from his family because of this. The next day, Lord Luo said that Chen was able to block Luo Kun's fire staff with one hand, and even defeat him with one move. Is the guy sure about that? The boy said yes. He was definitely able to defeat Luo Kun with just one move. The elder said that Luo Kun's fighting spirit is considered one of the best. He definitely can't be defeated so easily. And since Luo Chen defeated him in just one move, perhaps he was still able to awaken his fighting spirit, and even jump over several levels at once. The Lord told his subordinates to quickly find him and bring Chen back. The guy told the chief that when he expelled Chen from the family, it was the Yi family that contributed to it. If he were to be brought back, wouldn't it provoke the Yi family? The elder told the second elder that he was simply afraid that if Chen returned, he would take over the position of young master again. And then his grandson Luo Kun will be left with nothing, right? The boy told the old man not to talk nonsense. His grandson has nothing to do with it. The elder told the leader that he personally severed the connection between them, so he thought that Chen would definitely not return unless he personally asked for it. If Chen, at such a young age, could already defeat the second-level martial spirit, then he could undoubtedly become the pillar of the Luo family in the future. However, Ryu stands against him. Can he compete with her? The Lord said that they should listen to his orders, use any means necessary but find and return Chen to him. Chen waited for the boys to fall asleep, and taking out a book, he said that it was immediately obvious that this book about martial spirits was written by the Wu family. And besides the main 3 types of martial spirits, there are at least hundreds of other different types. And here all the general fighting spirits are clearly described. It's a pity that there is no information about his fighting spirit. Chen walked outside and realized that he didn't know if Wu had any other books. After looking at the book, he decided that he would have to go to Chin Fun Pavilion again. When Chen arrived at the pavilion, he was walking in the crowd, and suddenly someone grabbed his hand and stopped him. It was a little girl. She told Big Brother to give her alms. And immediately, under hypnosis, Chen said that he obeyed. Chen took out all his money from his pocket and put it on the girl's plate. The girl thanked him and smiled, and then Chen's power brought him back to his senses. Chen thought, what happened? He is a spiritual warrior with a second level of martial spirit. He was deceived by this little girl, and he didn't even notice. But if it hadn't been for his fighting spirit, he might never have regained consciousness. His gold coin was gone before he could blink, and then he started looking around for it. Chen knew that if this little girl wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. Chen put it aside for later and headed to the pavilion. Chen told Brother Wu that there were so many different types of martial spirits recorded in this book. It was amazing. Wu said he wouldn't brag about it now, because everything written there was something his family had learned over the years. And in Wulin County, the books from his Wu family are considered the best, and no one dares to argue with that. Chen said that it was true. Their family had a great deal of knowledge. Chen realized that Wu still had no other books. Wu told Chen that since the academy would be recruiting students from Wulin County, the major families would definitely compete for these 3 spots. And with his talent, he will definitely be able to get one of the spots. But is he going to enter the academy as the Luo family's young master? Chen said, Wu, stop talking nonsense. He doesn't want to hear about the Luo family anymore. Don't mention it in his presence anymore. Chen stood up abruptly, and looking out the window, he saw the very girl who robbed him. Chen said that it seemed that the little girl had not been taught a lesson yet. Chen immediately headed towards her. The girl stopped when she saw him and decided to approach Chen again. As she approached, she told Chen to give her alms. Chen was not under hypnosis and said that he would give, and taking out nuts from his pocket, he put them in a plate, from which the girl was surprised. Chen said that this was what he had taken from him. If he tried to pull this trick again, this brother would have to punish her. Did she understand him? The girl asked Big Brother what he was talking about. Yin did not understand him. Chen asked her, does she want to run away? She understood perfectly what he was talking about. Chen used his abilities and realized that this girl had a fighting spirit. How could she awaken it at such a young age? The girl started crying and telling Chen to let her go. Then people came and asked, what's going on? Isn't that the young master of the Luo family? The girl started playing to the crowd and told the passers-by to tell Big Brother to let Yin go. She shouldn't beg from him. And since Big Brother doesn't want to give him some money, there's nothing to be done. Yin will have to starve. People all started to treat Chen angrily and say that he didn't want to give alms, and now he was going to beat her up. The woman said she didn't expect that Chen was not only a waste of time, but also bullied little girls. Chen raised his head and smiled, saying that the girl was so young and was already deceiving people. It seemed like he should teach her a lesson. Chen grabbed her under the armpit and was about to hit her butt. The girl screamed at him to stop and not to dare to do such a thing. And then the girl grabbed his hand and told Chen that he really dared to bully a little girl in the middle of the street. Chen told Miss Yi that she couldn't stop him. And then Chen let go of his hand and punched the girl in the ass. The girl screamed that it hurt her a lot. People saw all this and said that he was shameless and a real scumbag. Yi told Chen that he was an idiot and quickly stopped it right now. Chen said that there were a lot of idiots here. And this girl was a little thief. Are they all blind? Chen told Ye that she was a dumb girl, and that the little one used her fighting spirit to deceive and steal from ordinary people. He was just teaching her a little lesson. Chen saw that this little one was working too well. She already had a well-established scheme. Chen told the little girl that she better keep her mouth shut, otherwise that brother would have to spank her butt again. And then someone said, "To young Master Luo Chen." The boy turned around and saw a familiar face. The man told the young master that they had finally found him. Chen saw the clothes and realized that he was a guard from the Luo family. The guard told his men to quickly disperse these dirty beggars of the Fords. The guards told the people that the show was over. "Everyone get out of here." Out. He said that they look down on everyone. It seems like all of the Luo family are arrogant bastards. The girl told Misu that they had better return to the Yi family. After all, their family had already severed all ties between them. If they recognized her, it could end badly. The guard said, "Isn't this the young miss from the Yi family?" He doesn't know if anyone told them that Wulin County has been very unsettled recently. Miss Yi asked the guard what he meant by that. Did he want to force her to stay here? Chen understood that although Miss Ye was very talented, the Luo family guards were battle-hardened and would not be easy to defeat. Chen decided to take them on and asked, weren't they coming for him? Was Luo Xiao Tian really going to bring him back? The guard said that the young master was really smart. They came to him on the orders of his family to bring him back to the Luo family. Chen said that this young master was just a piece of trash and could not be called the young master of the Luo family. The guard told Chen that there was no point in joking like that. He was undoubtedly gifted with great talent, since he was able to defeat Luo Kun in one move. Chen must have at least reached the strictly martial spirit level. You thought about it after hearing this. Luo Chen has been hiding his true strength all this time. The guard told Chen that the leader said that once Chen returned, he would personally open the ancestral hall for him and re-identify him. Chen thought he was being re-identified. What kind of opinion did his father think of him? Did he really think he was a dog that came and went when his master called? Chen said that he had nothing to do with the Luo family anymore. He would not return with them. The guard told the young master that he should not say that. And if the young master continues to insist on his own, I'm afraid then the leader will have to personally hurt the little beggars in the ruined temple. Chen couldn't help but grab him by the shirt and ask, is he trying to threaten him? The senior said, the young master's talent is amazing. It's just a pity he is still too young and inexperienced. The guard said that if he had been impolite, he begged his forgiveness. Chen told the girl that he could not scold her anymore, so don't do it again. The girl asked, would Big Brother go with those bad guys? Chen said yes, he doesn't have enough strength to deal with them yet, so he has to listen to them. Chen told the guard to accompany him. And those two have no connection with them. They should not pursue them. The senior told Chen that these were members of the Ye family. He couldn't accompany him alone. Wouldn't it be better to leave the rest of the guards with them? Chen showed magic and told the guard that if he thought he could make him go back alone by leaving these guards here, then he could try. Let him do as he was told. The guard said that he understood the young master. As he left, Chen told Miss Ye that she was a stupid girl. Walking through the door, Chen said that he had only been gone a few days, but it already felt like everything had changed here. And then everyone started saying, so that everyone would see, isn't this the scum of his Luo family? Could it be that he couldn't survive outside and decided to come back? And then the guys started telling everyone to watch carefully. Luo Chen and Hong crossed paths in front of the entrance. But it's so interesting. That scumbag Chen couldn't survive outside and crawled home to ask for permission to stay. Chen saw that there were a lot of idiots here. He had never seen them before. It seemed like the Luo family didn't care who they took into the family anymore. Chen said that this was great. Luo Hong had bullied him before. It was time to repay her, and he didn't have to worry that they were from the same family. Chen told Hong that she was a pitiful mongrel. When she saw her young master coming back, shouldn't she show respect and greet him? Hong said that this trash actually boasted about his former title as a young master. He wanted to die? Then someone said that Hong doesn't have the Luo family's bloodline, and she hates being called names because of that. Chen dared to insult her, but Hong's cultivation had already reached the peak of the first level of martial spirit. Something was about to happen. Han asked, "This scum dare to insult her?" And then she attacked him and asked, "Did he want to die?" Chen foresaw this and was able to dodge her attack. Everyone looked at this and was very surprised. Hong told Chen to stop dodging and take her attack. And then she attacked again, and Chen dodged her attack again. Chen saw father coming out of the door and seeing them. Chen stopped, but Hong didn't want to stop, so Chen grabbed her hair. Chen used his powers and realized that she wanted to see what he could do. "Let her take a closer look, then." The elder asked the chief, "Is he not going to help him?" The chief said that his Luo family does not need scum. If he can't even defeat Hong, then there is no point in taking him back. This time, the Wushu Academy will be recruiting students in their Wulin County. Those who pass the selection will be given the Tangluo pill which he needs. The leader looked at his strength and said that he had been stuck at the 4th level of fighting spirit for more than 20 years. And the Tanluo pill can expand the soul. Then he can hope to break through to the 5th level of fighting spirit. Someone from his family must pass the selection and receive this pill. So far, Chen has the highest chance of passing. Han told Chen that she would kill him. Chen said that the stupid mongrel really wanted to kill him. Chen made Han open up, and then, seizing the moment, he launched his attack, and Han was sealed into the ground. Chen said that a mongrel will always be a mongrel. Next time he won't be so merciful. The guards and all the people were surprised and asked how a mere scum could beat Hong like that. The leader told Chen that to reach the 2nd level of martial spirit at the age of 12, he is really impressive. Such talent is needed by his family. The leader told Chen that since he had regained his talent, would he like to return to the family? If he returned, the title of young master would also return to him. Chen told the chief that he must be joking. The guard asked Chen what he meant. The chief asked Chen what he called him just now. Chen said that the head of the Luo family, Luo Xiaotian, was standing in front of him. The head said that Chen was an ungrateful child. He didn't even call him father. Chen always told himself that he was just an adopted child. Not only did he banish him from the family, but he also denied his blood relationship. The head told Chen that if he wanted to, he could still. Chen asked him if he really thought he had the right to call the head of the Luo family father. The leader said that although Chen was not his biological son, he had raised him for so many years. If he wanted, he could still do it. Chen said he didn't need it. He only came back today to break off relations with his family. The boss never thought of him as a son. He only wanted to use him. The leader said that after a few days, Chen really managed to surprise him a little. Now he will start talking to him seriously. The leader told Chen that the Luo family had treated him well all these years. Does he really think he can just cut off all ties with them? The guy said that Luo Chen would never forget the goodness of the Luo family. Moreover, he would even enter the academy as a member of the Luo family. And then, Luo Chen of the Luo family, would no longer owe each other anything. The girls said, did the head really want this offspring to return? And would the position of the head of the Luo family be inherited by this loser? Chen knew that the Tiando Empire was very big. He could go anywhere. The Luo family was too small. Then the boy approached Chen and said that his master was inviting him to a banquet and that he should follow him to the Qin Pavilion. Arriving at the pavilion, Qin Wu said that he congratulated Chen on his victory over Hong. Let him pass immediately. Chen told Wu that his informants were working quickly, and no sooner had he left Luo's house than they were rushing to congratulate him. Wu said that he just wanted to say that with such talent, Chen could easily become the best of the best. Wu asked, how could the Luo family remain indifferent? But Chen didn't know half a month ago there were a lot of academies here wanting to recruit new disciples. Chen said that then what about the representatives of the famous Adamias? Were they here? Wu said yes. He heard that people from the Wushu Academy also came to Wulin County to recruit new students. Chen said it was funny. What kind of geniuses must live in Wulin to attract people from the famous academy here? Chen realized that the Wushu Academy, it was all because of that stupid girl. Wu said that Chen was so talented, maybe they came here because of him. Chen didn't say anything and remained silent. Wu said, "Is Brother Chen really worried about enrolling in the academy after half a month?" Chen said that there are many talented spiritual warriors in Wulin. If entering the Wushu Academy is a normal competition, then even though he has cultivated, his combat experience is not enough. Wu said that if Chen wanted to increase his strength, he should go to the Spirit Monster Mountains to practice and gain experience. Chen said that Wu was talking about the mountains beyond Wulin, but he heard that this place is now abandoned. Wu said that besides, it was now an extinct place, and the number of spiritual monsters was limited, and even the children of influential families could only practice on the outskirts of the mountains. Chen said that apparently the only way to increase his strength in half a month now is to get there. Wu said that in any case, even if there were only 2 low-level level 2 monsters, it didn't mean they weren't dangerous. Based on his data, there are many terrifying monsters deep within these mountains that are capable of destroying Wulin, and therefore it is a forbidden area that no one dares to enter. And every year many people go missing in those mountains. And now, Chen, you should think about it carefully. After all, he is incredibly talented, which means he doesn't need to commit this reckless act. Chen said that in order to enter the Wushu Academy, he would not miss any opportunity, even if it was just a ray of hope. At the Yi family's house, the guy said that they had encountered a level 3 spiritual monster, only it managed to escape. Brothers and sisters, today they realized once again that no one knows when they will die, the boy said. Family head Yeji said. His family members were fatally injured. Could it really be a level 3 spiritual monster? Zhai said that they had encountered a level 3 monster a long time ago. Inside a spiritual monster like this, there would definitely be a soul crystal. He asked what kind of soul crystal is this? The guy said that it was a special crystal located inside his body, and the higher the monster's level, the higher the crystal's level. Even a level 1 crystal is incredibly useful for a spiritual fighter. Yi asked, "Is this level 3 crystal very strong?" The guy said that the spirit monster is stronger than normal in all aspects, and some of them are much more cunning than humans, so it is very difficult to catch them. Chief Zhou said it right. If they can get a level 3 soul crystal, it will be a huge advantage. The leader said okay, and ordered them to immediately go to the spiritual monster mountains. He must get it. Miss Yi said that she wanted to take a look at it too. The leader said that there was no way these mountains were full of danger. How could she afford it? The guy said that a level 3 crystal is just a small, low-level crystal. How could it be more valuable than her life? After she enters the Wushu Academy, he will give her level 4 and level 5 precious crystals. Miss E was outraged by this answer, and said that if he didn't let her go, she wouldn't be able to go with him. Chen didn't hesitate and headed towards the spiritual monster mountains. When he entered the city center, he was very surprised. The man said that today was such an unlucky day, he found a couple of ordinary monsters. Chen said that this place was so lively, almost like Wulin. Chen asked the gentleman, "Are there many people in the mountains today?" The man said that usually there are not so many people here. However, recently a level 3 spiritual monster appeared nearby, and now more and more people are trying to catch it to extract the soul crystal. The man asked the young man if he had come here alone, and here is his advice. Let him find a few more people to form a group. Chen thanked him for his advice and handed over the coin, saying that he would take them all. While Chen was putting the change in his pocket, a familiar guy from the Luo family walked by and bumped into Chen. The guy called Chen a little bastard and asked if he also came here for the soul crystal. The man told Kuna to shut up immediately. "Many people come here. Let him not blab too much." Kuneo asked Grandpa, "Is he still afraid that Chen could become the leader? The little bastard came here alone, and it seems like he won't live to see tomorrow." Chen said that they brought many people here. Was it all in vain? The guy said that he did not think that Chen's father would be the city to them when he returned. Chen is a nobody, so just try not to die here. Chen immediately realized that if he met a monster, he had to take the crystal. Chen went into the forest and ran away from someone and said that there really were a lot of semi-spiritual monsters wandering around here. And then the snake attacked him. And Chen, seeing this, pulled out a knife and was able to dodge its attack. Chen used this moment to make a decisive attack and cut the snake into 2 pieces. Chen looked at it and said that this monster was bigger than he expected. But this is only the outskirts, so there are a lot of half-spirits here. Before the beast had time to rest, it saw Chen and immediately attacked him. Chen noticed this and dodged the attack. Chen released his knives and killed the monster from above. Chen stepped on it with his foot and began to think. But these semi-spiritual monsters are something between normal monsters and spiritual monsters, and therefore they are more difficult to fight than normal monsters, but they can never compare to level 3 monsters. Chen used her healing magic and said that even if his martial spirit healed him, he wouldn't be able to withstand the energy that would gather within him. And now Chen realized that the gentleman was right. It would be easier for him with a team. No, he needed a place to restore his spirit. Otherwise, if he met a level 3 spirit monster, he would die. And then Chen stood there for a long time and heard strange sounds. Turning around, he saw a bear heading towards him, but that wasn't all. Miss E was standing there and saying that her father was right. Geniuses aren't born. But was she really going to die here? The bear pounced on her, and E managed to jump over it to avoid its fangs. And then, hovering over the bear, E managed to use her powers and direct them towards the bear. But the bear was also very strong, and Ye's attack did not frighten it. Ye was surprised that her attack did not even touch it. This wild bear, he is a level 2 spiritual master. The bear didn't like this, and he began to improve his powers, and turned into an even stronger and fierce monster. He decided to use the protection sheet, but the bear simply walked up and crashed into her, breaking the protection. E was lying on the floor and crying. She was asking the bear not to come near her. The bear decided to attack, and E had already resigned herself to death. Chen saw this, and without thinking, he pounced on the bear and hit him. Ye opened her eyes and saw Chen and was surprised. At this time, the bear stood aside and covered his face with his paws. But having come to his senses, he turned around and growled. Chen said that it seemed like the legs were useless here. It would only anger the monster. Then he thought about it and decided that he would use it to train his arms. Chen pounced on the bear, and sliding on the grass, dodged the blow and moved behind its back. Chen said that this bear seemed stupid and clumsy, but had a quick reaction, and Chen decided to attack it from behind. But this did not solve anything again, and Chen angered him even more. The bear showed all his strength and rushed to attack. Chen was not afraid of this, and like a brave warrior, he also headed towards the bear and punched it. But this did not give him anything, and then he used a knife and tried to pierce it, but the skin was hard and did not allow the knife to enter. Chen now realized that this was an earth spirit monster, which meant that its skin was hard and it couldn't be pierced by ordinary weapons. The bear decided to attack and hit Chen right, sending him flying back. Chen immediately got into a fighting stance. Chen opened his eyes and saw the silhouette of a bear, and realized that he was being attacked and immediately dodged. Chen hid behind a tree and realized that he was no match for this bear. He needed to figure out how to escape from here. The bear forgot about the girl, and when he saw Chen, he went after him. And then Chen saw a great chance to escape and used it. Chen picked Ye up and decided to run away. Ye didn't like it and called him a pervert. She asked him what he was doing. Chen told her not to move if she didn't want to die. But the bear crashed into the tree, apparently hurt his arm, and got stuck. Ye thought about it, and after taking a closer look, said that this idiot wasn't that bad. Yi asked him if his fighting spirit wasn't level 2. Why did he decide to go to such a dangerous place? Chen asked, what about her? She doesn't have a protector from her family with her now. He might just steal her. Yi said he was a pervert. Chen said whether she believed it or not, he just didn't want to leave her here. He could use her as bait and easily get out of here, but instead he wastes his energy on her. Yi didn't like it and asked Chen how dare he, and then they both fell silent and looked away. Opening their eyes, they saw a pack, and Yi said it was a 3-eyed wolf, and now they were attacking them. Chen grabbed Ye and fell to the ground, protecting both of them from the wolf's attack. He knew that it was an air-type spirit monster, indicating its incredible speed. Ye told Chen that he couldn't. Let him run away and not worry about her. Chen said that she was a stupid girl. Even if it was just a cat or a dog, He didn't want to die. And if he escapes, she will stay here and die. Yi rubbed her consciousness and fell asleep. Chen put her down gently on the ground. Chen said that each martial spirit has some skills attached to it. Could it be that his skills can only heal? Chen began to release his magic more and was ready to fight these wolves. But from his magic, plants began to appear on the ground. Chen said that he didn't even want to think about it. They were air-type monsters, so it was in his best interest to deal with them as soon as possible. Chen raised his hands up and immediately plants appeared in front of him. Chen wondered if this was his martial spirit skill. Chen launched his vine into battle and attacked the wolves by tying them up with plants and immobilized them. The chief found out and said that his young mistress had left, so why were they only telling him about it now? Were they too full of pancakes? The guy said to Sister Ryu, "Did she really go to fight a level 3 spiritual monster when they let their guard down?" The leader said that Ryu has been famous for her genius talent since a young age. She is the lovely pearl of their house. If something happens, the leader smashed the mug and told them to disappear. Even if he had to kill all the monsters in the mountains, he would find the young lady. Chen looked up at the sky at that moment and saw that it was going to rain, but the wolves were still standing there, tied up like plants. Then, blood started to flow from the wolf's mouth. Yi Chen saw that the wolf was coughing up blood. Was the three-eyed wolf poisoned by his martial spirit skill? Chen felt sick and immediately fell to the ground. He thought that the spirit monster was physically stronger than a human, but despite this, he died. And then he smiled and thought, what if I use such a skill on a person? Will he surely die immediately? He thought it was an ordinary plant spirit, but he never thought it would be so cruel in battle, and even use a rare poison. This fighting spirit is not as simple as it seems. And then Miss Yi woke up and said Chung first. The guy touched her head and said she had a fever. Chen told her to wake up and stop sleeping, yet told Chen not to leave and begged him. Chen tied her to himself and told her not to be afraid. He would not abandon her no matter what. Chen took her to a secluded place and said that if this continued, her life would be in danger. He didn't know if he could help her. Chen said no matter what, first we need to deal with the fever, and immediately sent his energy into Ra's body. Chen saw that Ra was changing her appearance, and his power was working against her. Chen touched her forehead and felt that the fever had gone. Chen began to think that first the wild bear, then the three-eyed wolf, and on top of that, this stupid girl. He had exhausted all his spiritual energy. Chen also passed out from such extreme fatigue and immediately fell on Ra. And then in the morning, Ra woke up and saw Chen, who was lying next to her. Ra got scared and immediately shouted to Chen. The guy stood up abruptly and squatted down in a stance ready to fight. Chen asked, "What's wrong with her?" Ra said that Chen only wanted to take advantage of her. Scoundrel, vile pervert, shameless. Chen said that she was a stupid girl and ordered her to open her eyes. And then Ra thought and realized that everything was wrong. Ra said that Chen was injured by a wild bear. Didn't it hurt? Chen turned his head away and said it was nothing. Ra said that she was worried about him, so let him be kind and answer her normally. Chen took the blanket and said that since it was already morning and her fever had subsided, she needed to leave here quickly. And if she meets a level 2 monster again, he's afraid things won't go so smoothly for her. Ra asked him, what is he left to do? But these mountains are dangerous. With his current level, they will not survive. Chen said that the path of a spiritual master has always been thorny and difficult. If he is afraid now, then what will happen in the future? After the battles, he feels like his skill level has increased. So now he is sure that the only way to improve his skills is to fight. And fight. Ra said, Chen is practicing so desperately. If it's all for the sake of entering the academy, then she can help. Chen said, when did she become so sure that she could help him? Ra said that she has a special fighting spirit, so she can appoint a candidate. Chen said, isn't it her level 5 fighting spirit that awakened? Han bad. However, nothing special, right? Ra said that she had awakened the spirit of her twin, and then she demonstrated her abilities. Chen said that only someone with incredible talent could awaken the spirits of the twins. No wonder she was so confident that she could help him enter the academy. Ra told Chen to leave the mountains together. If he spent a couple of days with her, he would be able to enter the academy without an exam. Chen thanked her and said that he would definitely enter the academy. But he only wanted to rely on himself, Ra understood that the martial spirit continent was so big. She didn't want to leave her in Wulin County. Once again, Chen ran away from the monster and saw that it would not stop. The moment he dodged the beast's attack, the bear released its fangs into battle. Chen turned around and saw the monster's fangs flying at him and said that things were bad. He immediately landed on the ground and used his vine magic. The bear tried to break away from them, but the vine was persistent and immediately immobilized the bear's movements. Chen saw that this guy was as tough as 3 normal monsters combined. His branch could only hold him back. The entrance exams to the academy start in a few days. He can't forget about the monster for a while. But Chen couldn't understand why the bear kept pestering him. And then the bear let go of the hole and rushed to attack. The bear managed to get Chen and hit him so hard that Chen was pinned to a tree. He started waving his arms and shouting, "Stop fighting! Brother Bear, he understands him, right?" Chen said that he had been chasing him for several days and he couldn't escape. His bones were broken, so why didn't he just kill him? The bear didn't understand him and growled in response. Chen closed his eyes and immediately saw the bear handing him a pill. Chen asked him what it was. Did he really want Chen to eat it? And Chen immediately began to eat it. At this moment, Chen began to feel the unseen energy. He realized that this plant had healed his wounds so quickly. The bear also showed him his paw, and Chen said that his armor was very strong. He couldn't believe that he could leave such a deep wound. But this cut looks strange, as if there is something inside. And then the bear began to show him that his paw was hurt. Chen asked the bear if he was trying to ask him to cut his wound, and then the bear took the tree and put it in his mouth. Chen said that the bear had been chasing him for several days, and he began to use his soul control skills. It looks like he was just testing him, so this bear was just looking for a suitable fighter to ask for help. Chen said, "In that case, Brother Bear, forgive me." And then Chen pulled out a knife and cut his paw. Chen opened his eyes and said that it was expected. But Chen did not stop and made several more attacks. And then the knife broke. Chen said that after all, this blade was forged from ordinary iron. Yes, using the soul power, it became stronger, but not enough to cut through skin. The bear got tired of waiting and broke the wood in his mouth. Chen told the bear that it was impossible with such a blade. And then the bear took Chen on his shoulder. Chen began to struggle and asked the bear what he was doing. The bear brought him to a place and Chen told him to let him go to the ground. Chen looked around and asked, "Why is the miasma getting thicker and thicker?" He never thought that there was such a fierce place in the depths of the gorge. The bear threw Chen aside and showed him one creature, which at that time was lying and not moving. Chen was surprised by this and asked what it was. Was it really a dead dragon lying in front of him? Chen asked, "Is there really a dragon deep in these mountains? But this dragon is full of treasures. Even its scales are very valuable. Not to mention the entire dragon, if he takes it, he will become very rich in this world." The bear couldn't speak and just guided with his fingers. Chen said the bear wanted him to come to him. The bear began to nod its head in response to his question, and Chen immediately began to approach the dead dragon. As he got closer and closer, Chen began to sense a dragon aura that was incomprehensible to him. Chen realized that the bear wanted him to train here. If he could adapt to the environment here, then it would not be difficult for him to face a strong enemy. Chen said that since the entrance exams were starting soon, he could stay here, but not for long. And then the bear put his paw on him. Chen stopped in surprise and asked what he was doing. The bear grabbed him by the bosom and threw him straight towards the dragon. Chen didn't understand at first, and then began to pass through the dragon's aura. Chen looked at his image and wondered if the aura had become stronger as he got closer to the dragon's body. The bear saw that Chen was not coping and immediately decided to come over and help him pass through the aura. Chen said that it was no wonder that the bear's physical abilities were so remarkable. He had used the dragon's aura to purify and improve his body. Although a soul master is able to increase their strength through cultivation, but even so, a weak body is a big problem. One mistake and he is a corpse. But in large families, the older members go hunting to bring the blood of a powerful monster to the heir, and now he has a great opportunity, so he should try his best on this. In the Yi family's territory, the head said that people from the academies and martial arts schools arrived here 2 days ago, especially for her. But in their family, Ye is the first genius in Wulin. He is so proud of her, and they will not interfere with her choice, no matter academy or school. Choose what you like. But at this moment, Ro was thinking and didn't know what happened to Chen in the spiritual monster mountains. The head said that he thought of a special quota. The remaining 2 places will be assigned. Ro told her father he can leave her 1 place. The leader was surprised and asked Ro why she wanted him to reserve a place for her. Ro said that she wanted to give the place to Chen. He said that he wanted to enter the academy. The boss told her not to even think about it. The Luo and Mu families are laying claim to their trading platforms, and she wants to give him the place? Ro told her father that if it weren't for Chen, her daughter would have died in the mountains, and besides, he had cut off ties with the Liu family. The leader told her to stop thinking about him. It's been a long time. I think Chen died in the spirit monster mountains. Go, leaving in tears, said that if he didn't agree, he could take her quota too. She didn't need it. The leader thought that this little bastard was probably dead by now, but she was still asking for the Ye family's special quota. The chief told the guard to keep a close eye on the situation. As soon as Chen appears, kill him. 3 days later, Chen continued to train and improve his skills to become much stronger and more resilient. It seemed strange to him. How could all this heavenly and earthly energy penetrate into his body? Having penetrated completely, this energy twisted him and placed him in something strange and eerie. And then Chen saw that in front of him stood a fighting spirit of plants absorbing spiritual energy. Not only that, Chen saw that there was an air mass behind him. He thought, what is this? This crystal is capable of absorbing most of the soul power. Chen was not afraid of this and immediately touched the crystal, and it began to absorb it. Chen opened his eyes and wondered what this incredible devouring power was. Was it a new spirit? Chen realized that the one he awakened, it was a twin spirit. Since it was so damn good at absorbing, he would call it the absorbing martial spirit. Chen saw that this absorbing spirit was very strange. Not only could it absorb the power of the earth and heaven, but it would also absorb about 90% of his body. It's very unusual. It almost absorbed all his energy. He shouldn't miss such an opportunity. Chen said that given the time, I'm afraid that the academy's admission process has already begun. Chen turned around and told the bear to forgive him. He had some important things to do. He would be back soon to help him with his wounds. Mishka didn't like that this guy left him, and immediately rushing at him, he saw only his trace. Chen was running at full speed and wanted to be in time to participate, but at one point he stopped and saw the houses. The guy in the pub said that the Ye family had never been so influential. Now everyone in Wulin tries to flatter them. This is all because 2 martial arts academies offered 2 special spots to Miss Yi. He also heard that Ye Ji was furious when he found out that Madame Ye wanted to give the quota to that idiot from the Luo family. And then the man shouted that this was nonsense. No one had seen Chen since he entered the mountains. I think he died there a long time ago. So, anyone can get a quota. And at that moment, Chen enters this tavern. But no one recognized him at first. Chen told the owner that he needed a good room, and also a bath and new clothes. And then the owner turned around and said in fear, "Is this Lo Chen? Let them take the guest to the room immediately." But as he climbed the stairs, Chung stopped and looked at everyone. How surprised they were by his arrival. The guy said that Chen is still alive. Let everyone spread the news that Chen came back alive. Big things are coming. The leader asked his son how Ro was. The boy said that he was still saying that she didn't believe that Chen was dead. He would definitely come back alive. The leader told Wei that this quota was his, but now it belongs to a dead man. Wei said that, by the way, the Luo family is still in the hall. You shouldn't think so. The leader said no, Chen is just a piece of shit. In the Ye family hall, there were several people waiting for someone. But then a guy from the Mu family came, and his name was Chang. He asked who he saw. Wasn't it the head of the Luo family? He is so shameless that he even bothered to come here and ask for a place. Chief Luo said, speaking of shame and conscience. Hadn't the Mu and Ye families been feuding for many years? So what happened now? Did the fish come out of the water? Chang said, isn't it because of Chen? He died in the mountains, that's why they came. And then the head of Lo stood up and began to point at Chan, when suddenly several birds flew in and brought news. Chief Luo started laughing loudly and said that Chen was a bastard. Let them go and bring him to him. Chang said that after his long absence, he finally returned alive. The boy told his father that he had already seen Chen's strength. So I'm afraid they won't be able to get the quota. Yoon also received the message and said that Chen was sure he understood everything correctly. The guy told all the people that they could verify this. I swear he's up there. The guy asked, nothing happened? Why is the whole of Klin so upset about some garbage? And then the girl told the guy not to call him trash. She saw with her own eyes how he defeated Kun, not to mention that he has a great future ahead of him. Then Kun came and said that it was no wonder that Madame Ye was in love with him. If these families could unite, they would have no equal in all of Wulin. Then Wei jumped up and asked them what they were doing here. People asked, isn't that young Master Ye? He really is here for the engagement. Wei said they were here to kill. If there are no suicide bombers here, then move aside, Wei asked Kun. Why is he pretending? Wasn't he the one who hated Chen the most? Wei told him that if he teamed up with him, he would be able to shine again as the young master of the Luo family. Isn't that a win-win solution? Kun said that, by the way. As soon as they heard that the Luo family's genius had awakened, they immediately ran to beg them to renew the engagement. After all, now the Ye family has turned its back on them, and Wei is trying to tease him. How ridiculous. The girl asked Kun why he was talking to this trash. Kun said that lately he has not lived up to the leader's expectations. Of course, if he makes a mistake again, head Luo will definitely kick him out of the Luo family. Wei told Kun that after he said that, he didn't care how many idiots from the Luo family he killed. And then several fighters from the Ye family attacked Kun, and the guy used his diamond hammer. Kun pulled out his weapon and managed to put it in front of him for protection. And then Kun was very surprised by this. The girl was very surprised, because it was the same fighting spirit as Kun, and now he is no match for him. The guy attacked the girl and told her to worry about herself, but the girl dodged the attack and managed to hit back. The boy from the Yi family didn't cool down and immediately began to attack again. But then Chen came out and threw them all aside. He asked, does this mean that the Ye family is now the Wulin masters? The girl called Chen a piece of trash and said that it was his own fault. Let him not involve them in his problems. Wei told Kun that it seems that not everyone in the Luo family is an idiot. This girl knows better than him. The girl said that Luo Kun, the Ye family, had produced a genius with double the fighting spirit, and she had a bright future ahead of her. Now the Yi family is willing to do all the dirty work for them, so why wouldn't they just give this scumbag away? Kun shouted at Hong and asked what nonsense she was talking about. Did she want to disgrace their family? Chen said, since when did the servants of the Luo family start making big deals? Luo Kun, this is a bad dog, it needs to be punished. Hong pounced on Chen and asked what he said. Chen did not speak to her and immediately attacked. Chen said that a dog that wants to bite its owner is a bad dog. Hong thought, when did this kid become so strong? She can't hit him even once? Hong told Wei, what is he waiting for? Let them fight him together. Wei said that she would be a burden, that she would drag him back. Wei said that Chen had reached the cultivation of the 2nd star level, but alas, he would have to fight him. Kun told Chen to be careful. Wei is at the peak of his level. He is known as an invincible person at his level. Chen released his vine and asked Wei, he is an unrivaled genius of his generation, right? He really doesn't know who could be so unlucky. Wei allowed the vine to cover him and said it was fantastic. He then released his beast and tore off the vine. Chen thought that the beast's fighting spirit added a lot of strength. Was he really a 2-star fighter? Wei attacked Chen and told him not to hide. He thinks he is worthy of the quota just because of his valor. Chen asked, what the hell is this quota? He doesn't care about all this. Dual martial spirits, what's so special about that? Wei said that he didn't know what methods Chen used to embarrass young Miss Ye, but a trash like him wouldn't be able to get the quota. Wei stopped and asked Chen what he said, that there was nothing unusual. Chen said, that from the beginning to the end, the so-called admission is unfounded. And what about the open quota? Thanks to Ye Ru, it's good that they're fighting. Wei said he prayed for the quota, and Chen called it useless. Wei attacked Chen with an attack and said that he would kill him, and then he used a lone wolf fist attack. Kun said that Chen was crazy. Who in their right mind would fight Ye Wei's wolf, his worthless plant spirit? Wei said that Chen was an idiot and he would cut off his worthless hands. But here everything turned out differently, and Chen managed to break his wolf. Wei said that there was definitely something wrong with Chen's strength. It was as if the contact between him and the martial spirit had been severed. At that moment, there was an explosion and Wei missed the attack. He said that Chen did a good job, and now he is confident. Chen said that Wei should go back and tell Ji that Chen would enter the academy himself. No one needed this stupid quota. Wei told Chen that he was in no position to ask him to deliver his message, but he would explain everything to the leader. Chen thought about it and was glad that he had tempered his body with dragon gorge. Otherwise, these arms would have been useless. Kun told Chen that the head of the house sent them to take him home. They accidentally ran into the Ye family people here, so don't talk nonsense when they return. Chen asked them, "Where to return?" He is Chen, no longer a member of the Luo family, and has no relation to the young master, so stop acting. Kug said that it didn't matter. He had already said what he had to. Now it was up to him whether he would return or not. Chen said that he didn't care either. It didn't concern him anymore. He had somewhere to go. There were many people gathered at Qin Feng's house, and they said that they came here to visit young Master Luo. Could they see him? Yun told Brother Luo how many people wanted to meet him. There wasn't enough room in Qin's house for everyone. Chen laughed and said that they were all weaklings. Yun said that Luo had defeated Wei and become the strongest in the ruling district. Now, no matter what the academy's status, there's still room for Brother Luo. Why don't these people just hurry up? Chen asked Yun, "What about him? Does he plan to use him the same way as those people?" Yun blushed and told Chen that it was painful for him to hear this. When Brother Luo was in trouble, this younger brother gave him help without charge. Did Brother Luo forget about this? Moreover, the martial spirit continent respects strength, and he is just a businessman. Brother Luo is gifted in martial arts. He will inevitably think stupid things, right? Chen said that Brother Yun was right. Not only did he not humiliate him, but he also helped him a lot in difficult times. Yun said that today was the last day of the entrance examination, so why not accompany Brother Luo to the assessment site? Chen said that was a great idea, and then someone shouted from outside for the guards to let him in. At that moment, the boys stopped and wondered who it was. It was Xiao. He was shouting for him to let him through. He is Chen's good friend. He has something very important to tell him. The guards pushed Xiao in and said that there were many people here who wanted to see Mr. Luo, and he was just a beggar who wanted to join the others. The man punched Xiao and asked where this little beggar came from. How dare he call himself young Master Luo's friend? After all, Master Luo is a respected person. If he is his friend, then he will call him grandfather. Xiu said that no matter what he was his friend. But then the man was about to hit the boy, and someone threw a stone at him. The man asked who it was. Who dared to attack him from behind? And then Chen jumped out and said that it was his grandfather's friend. The man fell to the floor and asked Chen how he knew him. Chen said that the man dared to hit his friend. Is he tired of living? Chen asked. The man told young Master Chen that he was blind and mistaken. The man said to his younger brother, grandfather, let him ask young Master Luo to pardon him. Chen said he hates people who step on other people's faces. Let him get out of here. Chen asked junior brother Xiao what he was doing here. Xiao bowed and said to young Master Luo. Chen asked him, "What? Young Master Luo? Where? Why can't he see him?" Chen told Xiao not to worry. He is still Chen. After all, nothing can spoil their friendship. Chen asked, "Where is Xiao Wu?" "Call him. He will buy them chicken legs." Xiao told Chen to save his brother. "He's sick and dying." Chen asked the guy what he said. Chen grabbed Xiao and told him to take him. Yun jumped up and told Chen that today was the last day of the entrance exam. Think about it. He wants to give up. Chen said that his friend's life was more important than some exam. The boy told Wu that he brought Chen. He would cure him. Xu said to Wu, "Why doesn't he wake up? Let Chen help him." Chen used magic and told him to hold on. Chen thought, why is his body still so cold? Why didn't his fighting spirit work? Chen said, why do people who are truly kind to him end up like this? All he has left in the end is a bunch of false supporters. Chen and Xiao accepted this and dragged his body outside to be burned. They both watched and prayed for him to find peace. Xiao told Wu that it was good that he was no longer there. He wouldn't have to suffer from the contempt and bitterness of this world. Xiu said that Chen almost exhausted all his spirit to save him. Don't blame him for this. Xiao told Chen that it was time for them to go. He was the master of his spirit. He had a long way to go. Don't stop at this small abandoned temple. Chen asked Xiao, how is this possible? This is the fate of a person with an awakened martial spirit. A serious illness, a snowstorm, anything could be too much, and he, sooner or later, would die too. Chen told Brother Xian what he had thought. He would leave the ruling district to see the outside world. It might be hard for them to see each other after such a farewell, but their friendship would always be in his heart. Xiao was awake at this time and heard everything. He thanked Chen. He hopes that he will have a bright future. The next morning, Ro asked his father if Luo Chen had really left the ruling district. The chief said that he was seen leaving the city at dawn. Ye Ro, she hasn't chosen a direction yet. The instructors are waiting for her. Let her hurry, she needs to go. Ro told the chief that her daughter was leaving. Let him take care of himself, father. And then she climbed onto her bird. Ro thought that with Chen's talent, if he had come to the exam, he would have been able to enter the academy. Why hadn't he even said goodbye? At this time, Chen continued walking and saw that the snowstorm was getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't even see a place where he could take a break. It looked like he would freeze to death. At that moment, Chen began to feel the weakness of his body, and immediately closing his eyes, he collapsed into a snowdrift. The people heading through the mountains to the city stopped along the road, and then one of the men came out and saw Chen, who was lying under a snowdrift. The man told Ms. Zhang that someone was lying in the middle of the road. The girl carefully got out and asked the driver if he was conscious. The man said no, and it seems he lost it because of the long journey without food and in the cold. Zhang thought about it and realized that they couldn't leave him here to die. She told old man Xiao to carry this child to the carriage. Xiao picked up the child, and then on the way to the carriage, a man stopped him and said that they would soon arrive in the Bayan Valley. What if he was their spy? Xiao told the man that he was just a child. Did he really want to leave him here to die? Did he even have a heart? The man said that many better people die every day, and he takes care of this little rascal. The man told Xiao to give him this child. Even if he is not a spy, he is still a burden to them. Zhong couldn't help herself and went out and told them both to calm down. And they shouldn't talk. Zhong said they had a huge responsibility, and they were going to argue now. She was taking responsibility. Bring the boy inside. Zhong laid him on the bed and began to give him hot tea to bring him to his senses. Chen opened his eyes and asked the girl who she was. The girl said she was Zhongli, and the boy was lying unconscious in the snow, nothing serious, but he should rest. Chen thanked her and called her fairy sister. For saving his life, he would repay her with kindness in the future. Zhong said that he was too young to repay kindness. Let him remember, if a bad guy hurt her sister, he would have to protect her. And then someone from the street told Mrs. Zhang that there was a valley of white clouds ahead. Did she really want to go that way? Xiu said that although White Cloud Valley is the closest to the city, it is notorious for its bandits. And if they want to face the bandits, they won't be able to resist them. Zhang said that if they go around, when will they arrive at the city of white clouds? Xiao said that the detour would take at least 7 days. Zhang said no. The delivery deadline was in 2 or 3 days. They couldn't be late, and they would enter the valley when it got dark. Zhong told Xiao that the Zhong family had fallen apart after her father's death. If this fur deal fell through, they would not only have to pay a huge penalty, but also have to repair the Zhong family's damaged reputation. And now he can't allow this. Xiao listened to the lady and agreed, and was ready to go to the end. At this time, the third leader of the White Cloud Bandits stood on the cliff and watched those guys. The gang leader said that it seemed like the information was true. The big sheep was really here. And then he pointed his sword at them and told his men to attack them and kill everyone there. Zhong saw an arrow that hit her cart right on the spot. She warned everyone to be on guard. Xiu said, "This is terrible. These are all the bandits of the White Cloud Valley." Zhong came out and told them to prepare for battle. Zhong also did not hide and began to fight them too, and did not give the bandits a single chance. Xiao told the second madam that they were prepared. Most of them had 2-star cultivation, and the leader had at least 3 stars. And at this rate, they won't be able to stop them. The guy said it was his fault. That guy she saved was probably a spy. And if they want to die here, then let them die themselves, and he will run away from here. Xiao shouted that this guy was a coward. Suddenly, the gang leader appeared in front of him and immediately cut him down. But at that moment, Chen woke up. Did he think it was a dream? It felt like he had been there before. But when exactly? Chen began to smell a very familiar smell to him, coming from the street. He wondered what was going on there. Opening the curtain, he saw many dead bodies and people running away from the battlefield. Chen thought, why are there so many corpses here? Were they caught in a bandit trap? No way. He had to save them quickly. Chen charged at the bandits and immediately released his vine, killing several. The bandits' blood fell on his face, and now he realized that it was the smell of blood. Looking behind the carriage, he saw the gang that was pressing Zhang. She was shouting at them not to come near her, and to leave her alone. The gang leader grabbed her sword with 2 fingers and said that it had been more than half a year since the White Cloud village opened, and he had already earned not only a fortune. And then the leader broke Zhang's sword with 2 fingers, and then she fell to the ground screaming. The leader grabbed Zhang and said that he would also get such a cute beauty as a bonus. Zhang, in tears, began to say that even if they kill her, she will never go bad. But Zhang always held a knife behind her, and then he grabbed her. She pulled it out and pointed it at her throat. Turning back from the horse's cry, the leader saw that they were heading towards them, and there was some guy at the wheel. Chen told Zhang to climb up quickly, and immediately he reached out his hand and grabbed her. The boy told the 3rd leader that the girl was running away. The leader told them all to go out and chase after them. "Don't let them miss them. Send someone to guard both exits from the Valley of the White Cloud." Zhang said that the furs were stolen. Her guards were dead and seriously wounded. She was running away, but the bandits were chasing her, and at this rate they would catch them. Chen grabbed her waist and pulled her closer to him. He told Zhang that he could get together. "Get together?" Zhang asked, blushing. Chen said that the speed at which the carriage was moving was too slow. They would quickly catch up. It was better to jump off now and let them chase after the empty carriage. And then Chen grabbed her into his arms, and at the right moment they both jumped off. They hid behind a rock, and seeing people running after the cart, they believed that they had all bought it. Chen sighed and said that they were safe now. Zhang kissed Chen and said that he was so smart. Chen said that even now that they had escaped, it would be difficult to survive. And they had nothing. If they don't die at the hands of the bandits, they may die of hunger or freeze to death. Zhang said that, to be honest, this is the first time she has come to the Valley of White Clouds. She is not familiar with it. But she heard that this was a very unusual area, with difficult-to-pass mountains and a large number of caves. Then Chen asked, "What other caves?" Zhang said yes. They are said to be interconnected and have a complex structure, like a labyrinth. But the caves are damp and cold, and if you get stuck there for a long time, there is a high probability that you will die there. Chen said there were no other options, so let's hide in the cave. And then they set off. Zhang knew she was a 2-star fighter, but after the chase she was exhausted. But this guy wasn't even tired. Zhang told Chen to stop knocking already. What is he looking for there anyway? Chen said that he found. The sound of the stones of the wall here is muffled. Perhaps this is the entrance to the cave. Chen pulled out his fist of green and said he would try it, and immediately broke the stone and found the entrance. Chen smiled and told Sister Zhang that it was time for them to go. Zhang asked Chen, "Who is he? Is he also a spiritual warrior?" Zhang was shocked and asked him how many stars he had. Chen smiled and said he had 2 stars. Zhang noticed that Chen's talent was amazing. He was much younger than her, but he already had 2 stars. No wonder he was so calm and unperturbed. Zhang said, "Well, little Chen seems to be very impudent," trying to laugh at her, pretending to be younger. Chen told Sister Zhang that he was no longer a baby. According to the laws of the Dao continent, he could marry her in 2 years. Zhang said that Chen was a very cunning talker. On the way to the cave, Zhang saw a man's leg and was very scared. Chen saw this and caught her, and immediately, together with her, they fell into the cave that was even lower than them. Chen fell and found himself on top of Zhang, and looking at each other, they became embarrassed and immediately moved away from each other. Chen raised his head and said that the cave was very beautiful. Zhang said that she did not expect that it was so beautiful under the White Cloud Valley. After walking for several hours, Chen told Zhang that they had been here before. Were they really going in circles? Zhang started shaking her head and said that they were lost. If they were lost in this cave, then death from starvation would overtake them here. At that moment, Zhang became very ill and lost consciousness. Chen grabbed her and asked what happened. Zhang knew that she had been injured in the previous battle, and now that she had almost exhausted all her strength, she couldn't stand the cold air in the stone cave. Chen told Zhang that he had something special in his soul. Could he show it to her? Zhang agreed and said that she trusted him. Chen immediately used his abilities. Zhang understood and thought that it would take a long time to recover from the injuries, and Chen is very good at this. Chen stopped treating her and asked if she was feeling better. Zhang thanked him and said that she was feeling much better. Chen told Zhang that the White Cloud Valley was a notorious place. They could deliver the fur by going around it. Why did she choose the most dangerous route? Zhong said that the deal was proposed spontaneously. Time was short, and the clan elders decided to put her in charge of the trip and ordered her to act without fail. To save time, she chose the shortest route. After her father's death, she and her sister were the only ones she could rely on. And in recent years, under pressure from other large families, the Zhong family has been in decline. And now that their furs have been stolen, and the Zhong family has nothing to sell, she fears that this will worsen the situation within the family. Chen immediately realized that something was wrong. There must be a traitor. The bandits of the White Cloud Valley knew that they would come to attack them. Perhaps this whole deal was a trap. Chen said that it was time for them to go. After all, this place was bad for her injury. They had better go and find a way to get to White Cloud Valley City faster. Zhong asked him, but how would they get out? Chen told her not to worry. He knew where to go after so many complicated circles. Zhong walked and thought that such a difficult cave, but Chen seemed to have completely memorized the route. A genius who never forgets anything? Chen found a way out and told Zhong that she had not fully recovered yet. Let her wait here for a while. He would check everything outside. Zhong said that she would wait for him here, but let Chen be careful outside. Several people took a break, and one of them said that thanks to the letter, they could follow the third boss to get some money and then go and have fun again. The second guy said that it was true, but it's a pity that Mrs. Zhong, such a beauty, ran away. Otherwise it would have been something. And then Chen released his powers and squeezed their throats and asked, otherwise, what would they do? The boys screamed in pain and begged the hero to spare them. They don't want to die. Chen hated such people, and with just his plants, he killed one of the bandits who attacked. Seeing this, the second guy was frightened. Chen asked, who told them that the Zhong family's carriage would pass here? The guy said that it was the Zhong family. Someone informed the third boss that the second madam of the Zhong family would be traveling through Baiyun Valley with the cargo. Chen became completely curious and asked that, besides him, how many other people were hiding in this valley. The boy pointed and said that there were 24 more brothers ahead, ambushed on the road. Chen spared him and let him go. And then the boy, smiling, thanked Chen for not killing him. But Chen was not so stupid as to leave behind witnesses, and immediately pierced the guy's chest with his vine. Chen knew that if he let them go, they would still die, but only after they informed others that they knew about the ambushes. And now, in order for them to get out of here unharmed, they need to get rid of all the bandits, especially those sitting in ambush. After passing through the valley, Chen decided that he would destroy everyone to open the way for them to enter the city. But one of the bandits, seeing this, decided to run away, but Chen noticed him and immediately grabbed him and killed him on the spot. At this time, Zhong stood outside and thought, why had Chen not returned yet, but encountered some danger on the way? And then Chen jumped behind her. Zhong couldn't hold back and was very scared from such a roar. She opened her eyes and saw Chen. He told her that he didn't expect her to be so timid. Zhong punched him in the chest and asked why he was teasing her. Why did it take so long? She thought he was in danger. Chen said that he had scouted everything. A few one-star bandits were not enough for him to be intimidated. Zhong said that in that case they can leave here quickly. Chen said that when he was on reconnaissance, he heard them talking. What? Someone informed the White Cloud Valley bandits of their location. That's why they were ambushed. Zhong was surprised and said that it was all someone's vile trap. And then she headed to the valley, but Chen grabbed her hands and did not let go. Zhong told Chen to put her down. She needs to go back and find out who the traitor is. Chen said that if she returned now, she would fall straight into the lion's mouth. And considering all the pitfalls in the family, this matter is very strange. So they could go to Bai City as planned and investigate it secretly. Zhong wiped away her tears and said that Chen was right, and she would definitely head to Baiyun City. After passing through the Zhong Pass, she saw the corpses of people and immediately headed towards them. Zhong asked Chen if he saw several groups in ambush along the road. Or was it Chen who took care of all these people? She asked. Chen said he didn't know. It was like that before. Maybe someone did it after seeing the ambush. And the ones they saw on the road, there were at least 24 people. It was too scary if he did it alone. Chen told Zhong to move faster. They would surely get out of the valley by dawn. Arriving at the gate, Chen told Zhong that he would treat her once they entered Bai City. Zhong said that after paying the duty, he would probably only be able to buy a few meat buns with that gold coin. Chen asked, what kind of toll? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Zhang said that Bai City is the third largest city, and non-locals in the city are required to pay a toll to enter the city. Not only that, the higher the level of the city, the higher the fee you have to pay to get into the city. Chen asked, "Isn't this just a black city?" The man at the booth told them to give their names and pay the fee. Hurry! After writing down their names, Chen and Zhang were stopped at the entrance, and immediately this cashier guy ran out. Chen asked, "What's wrong? They paid their money. Why can't they come in?" The man said that they've tightened the controls recently, so they'll have to check the authenticity of this coin. They'll have to wait here. Zhang said that then they would not go into the city. The man threw out a coin and said that they should not wait here. If they did not enter the city, they would insult their hospitality. Chen saw in this man a 3-star soul master. No, could this really be a trap for them? The leader came to Elder Zhang and said that as he promised, he stole the furs and killed the people. The leader asked Zhang, "Isn't that too little? 3,000 gold coins? That's not something they would be happy with." Zhang said that the agreement was to receive the furs intact, but they delivered the cart in tatters, so how much more do they want? The gang leader said it was true that the furs were not in the best condition, but they took care of his problem. If he wants to take control of the Zhang family, there is a young girl in Li Chen. They can still work together in the future, don't you think? Zhang threw down the bag and said, "Here are 5,000 more gold coins. Let him take it and get out." But then a guard ran in and said information into Chief Zhang's ear, which made him very surprised. And then Zhang stood up and asked, "Is this girl really not dead?" From such strong anger, he broke his throne with his own hands. All this time, Chen and Zhang stood outside, away from the entrance, so as not to dishonor their reputation. Chen saw that so many people had entered the city, but after hearing their names, they were unwilling to let them in. This was just an excuse to detain them. Zhang asked Chen, would they really be attacked? Chen said it was true. This fat man deliberately showed his strength so that they would be shocked and stay here. Chen said that this old man is not acting directly, he is just stalling for time. Then Chief Zhang came out and said that Miss Zhang is here. Zhang said that this was her new friend Chen, but then a fat man ran out and asked Mr. Zhang why he was here. He would follow his orders. Chief Zhang said that she was a few days late, and he told the guard at the gate to pay special attention to her appearance. Zhang said that it was time for them to go, and when they returned, they would talk. At this time, Chen watched everything and remained silent. Walking deep into the city, Chen said that this branch of Baiyun City was so magnificent, the Zhang family was definitely not simple. Zhang asked Miss Li, was the journey smooth? Li told the great elder, their caravan was attacked by people from Riyun, but the route through the Baiyun Valley. This time he suffered heavy losses. Zhang jumped up and said that Riyun village was so brave that they even dared to attack the Zhang family's caravan. At this very moment, Chen observed the behavior of Chief Zhang and saw how nervous he was, and then he showed his strength. Chen saw that this great elder's aura was much higher than Luo Xiaotian's. He was already a 5-star spiritual master. Zhang asked Miss Li, is she hurt? The boss told Manager Wei to wash an hour with friend Chen. The old man and Miss Li have something to talk about. Wei told Lord Luo to come with him. Chen stood up and looked at Zhang, agreed, and left. Wei told the servants to surround him as if he were the master himself. Did they understand everything? But then Chen realized that the elders had deliberately distracted him and chased him out of the room, most likely that he was in collusion with Ryan village. If so, Zhang Li was in danger. But the strength of the great elder is not less than 5 stars, and Wei's actual strength is not much worse. If anything happens, the possibility that Dai and he can escape is extremely small. Then Chen stood up and said, he didn't expect that there would be so many masters in the city. His cultivation was insignificant compared to them, and now it looks like all he can do is wait and get to know his fighting spirit better. During the battle with Wei that day, the mysterious devouring fighting spirit produced a miraculous effect. Chen thought internally, why was his spiritual power weaker than before? Could it be that it was being consumed by the devouring martial spirit? But he knew that this martial spirit could absorb and block the power of the evil spirit if he mastered the martial spirit's skills through absorption. He may also have the element of surprise when he encounters a strong opponent in the future. But he knows too little about that. Having plunged into the very depths of his sphere, he moved to a strange place, where he saw that very dragon. Chen realized that this was the Spirit Beast mountain range. It seemed that there was a connection between the Spirit Devourer and the Spirit Beast mountain range. Moreover, it was too hasty to leave Wulin County, and Brother Xiong's matter could only be resolved by returning to the Spirit Beast mountain range after increasing his strength. And then the doors opened by themselves, and Chen asked in a surprising voice, "Who is there?" Chen didn't take any chances and hid behind the door and thought, who came this time? The old man or Master Wei? Seeing the man's leg, Chen realized that they really wanted to separate them, but it would not work. He immediately decided to attack. Seeing the person completely, Chen stopped in surprise and saw that it was Zhong Li. Li asked him what he just wanted to do. Chen said nothing. He just mistook her for someone else. After all, after Elder Zhong ordered Wei to lower him, it looked like he wanted to imprison him here. There was definitely something wrong with him. Li said he was a fool. She was the one who asked Wei not to let him out of the room in case something happened. Chen asked, "What about Elder Zhong?" Li said that the great elder had lived in Baiyun City for many years, and his cultivation base was incomprehensible. It is said that 30 years ago, the great elder had already reached 6 stars. And then Chen said surprisingly, 6 stars. Li said it was unclear whether Zhong was actually involved in the theft. But that was not the point right now. The Zhong family is in danger, and this could seriously damage their reputation, which would make things worse for all of them too. Chen asked Li what her plan was. Li said that her sister Zhong Xianzhen was now in charge of Licheng City. If something happens to her in Baiyun, Elder Zhong will be involved. Guanxi Wei is here, so they are safe, but to avoid long nights, she will go to Licheng tomorrow so as not to miss the martial arts college freshman exam this year. Chen asked Li if she was a freshman at martial arts college this year. Li laughed and said that she was not a freshman. Roughly speaking, she was a potential second-year student. She was currently preparing for the second-year freshman assessment. Then Li had an idea and asked Chen, why doesn't he go with her tomorrow? After all, the Zhong family, as a special class family, would have a quota every year, and entering the martial arts school with his talent would definitely not be a problem. Chen thought about the martial arts college, the quota. He doesn't know what happened to Yeru and what she chose in the end. Li asked Chen if he by any chance wanted to return to Licheng City first and then think about enrolling. Chen said he would definitely think about it. The next morning, a carriage was brought for them to travel. Lai went out and thanked the leader for taking care of her these past days. She would definitely tell her sister about this when she returned to Licheng. The gang leader came and asked Elder Zhong, will he just let them go? Zhong said it was okay. Wei would accompany them himself this time, so it wouldn't be too much of an inconvenience. In any case, the Ye family would have to pay a heavy price depending on how the elder sister handled the problems. Chen looked out the window and asked Sister Li, are they going to cross Baiyun Valley again? Isn't she afraid that the people from Rion will attack again? Li said that Wei was with them this time. If they dared to attack, it would be worse for them. Chen said that he didn't know that little sister Da trusted Wei. Was he really that strong? Li said that Wei was his grandfather's servant. Although he didn't achieve everything that his grandfather had, no one thought of him as weaker. Chen thought about it and wondered what would happen if the Zhong family got into trouble. And then Li looked at Chen without taking her gaze away. Chen thought about it and said to Li, maybe she won't look at him like that. It's scary. Li asked what happened last time in Baiyun Valley. 26 bandits were killed. 3 of them were masters. She knows it was all Chen's doing. Chen asked her what she was talking about. He couldn't understand her. Li said she didn't want to talk about it, but she wanted to remind him. Little sister knows that Chen is very cruel and harmful. The Licheng masters are like clouds. All the forces are intertwined. When they get there, let Chen not cause trouble. The rules in this city are quite strict. The imperial city of Heaven Du is divided into 10 royal cities, and Licheng City is one of them. Arriving at Licheng City, the guard told the carriage to stop. Before they cross the border and enter the city, they must check them carefully. Wei said to the second lady Yi, they are already here. The guards want to search everything. Li said they don't have time for such nonsense, let's go to the city. And then the guard heard everything and asked, did they not hear? The guards must search them. And then gold was thrown out of the carriage and the guard caught it. He understood what it was and immediately let them into the city. Chen asked Li, "Is this Licheng City?" What a mean man. Li said that Licheng is one of the top 10 cities. Naturally, it won't be as pitiful as Baiyun. Chen said that he thought Baiyun was big enough, but compared to Licheng, he was nothing. Li told Chen that they had to go because his sister would take him home. And then they headed towards the gate. As they got closer to the gate, they heard someone shouting for the gate to be opened. Chen said that it looked like someone was causing trouble. The people shouted, "Does the ruler think he can hide for long? Zhongxian, come out! They've come for him!" Li said that although the Zhong family is not the same as before, that does not give anyone the right to stand and rebel in front of the gate like this. Li sent Wei to go and find out what happened. Wei bowed and immediately went to carry out the order. The girl came to the lady and said that the Zhong family's shop had recently been closed. Many servants had secretly left the house. Miss Zhong, the mistress of the house, said that after the death of her father, the Zhong family's situation had deteriorated greatly. And then Li ran in and yelled at her sister that she was back home. She hugged her sister and said that she had screwed up the deal. Miss Zhong told Lien to cry. Let them go into the house and talk quietly together. Chen saw that it was Miss Zhong. She is quite young to lead such a large family. Although Master Wei is with them, there are more and more people with hard hearts. No one should be trusted. Jun said that Sater Wei had lived in Baiyun for a long time. She thanked him for visiting Li Cheng. Wei said that he was worried about Sister Li. Zhedong asked if she could inquire who the young man was. Li said it was Chen. Thanks to him, she was able to reach Lichkin safely, and Chen immediately greeted his sister. Zhdun laughed and said that Mr. Luo really stood out. She didn't even expect it. Li ran up and asked her sister what she was talking about. It's not what she thought. What she meant was that there were 26 bandits in Baiyun Valley, and almost all of them were level 2. He was able to defeat them all, and thanks to him, she was able to escape. And then Wei realized that the elder did not notice that this boy was cruel. Chen smiled and said that it was just a coincidence. Jun said okay and told Master Wei to help Chen look around while she talked to Li. Zhong said Li had been through a lot. Li said her sister was on the verge of death, surrounded in the Baiyun Valley. And of course, it looks like there's a traitor in their Zhong family. Zhong said that they have a lot of underground rats in the family, and they're not going to hold back any longer. Li told her sister that she saw many people rioting outside. Did something happen? Zhong said that their fur was stolen, and they owed a large amount of money for breach of contract. Even the pharmacy was closed 2 days ago. And Mo's family came to their aid. But she wants to ask her for an engagement to their family. What does she think? Li asked her sister why she suddenly said this. Sister said that now the Zhong family is in decline. Li Cheng's lifestyle has also changed a lot. The Mo family is ranked 3rd among the 5 strongest families. This time, they helped them solve the problem. Besides, it was the master's suggestion. She sees that he likes Li, so why shouldn't she think about it? Then the guard came and told the lady that Mr. Mel Cheng had arrived. They were both surprised by his arrival. Chen said outside at the time that Zhong Mansion was simply huge. No wonder Master Wei didn't want to show him everything. The guard told the master that Li was tired after a long trip. Why didn't he come another day? The master of the Mo Chung family told her not to worry. He would wait for her. Don't disturb her. Let her rest. Then Chen came and asked the guy, "Who is he? What happened to Zhong Li?" The guy asked Chen, "Does he know Li?" "His name is Mo Chung. He is the future groom of the second lady." Then Chen thought, when did Zhong Di's little sister get a fiancé? She was so proud. How could she love someone like him? And then Mo let go and said that it was true. Chen thought about it and realized that given how much had happened to the Zhong family, he didn't know whether he was an enemy or a friend, so it was time to figure it out. Chen told him to go away. Little sister would hardly like someone like him. And then Mo said that he was strong. Mo charged his hands and immediately sent the energy straight into the stone. Chen thought that even though he looked like an idiot, he was a 3rd-level warrior. Maybe he's not such a bad choice. Warriors like him have always been known for their defense and their fierce fight against ugliness. Ye Wei, known as the genius of Wulin City, must have been far behind him when he was training in the Beast Mountain Range. He was tempered every day. If he didn't use the fighting spirit, he wouldn't be better than him. Chen said yes, but he's still not good enough. Let's do it this way. If Mo can withstand his blow, he'll take her to Sister Zhong, okay? Mo asked Chen. Would he attack? With such skinny arms and legs, even if he didn't defend himself. Chen said, "Stop talking nonsense. If he knocks him down, he will never come back here again, okay?" Mu said he agreed. Chen gave him advice to defend himself. His blow is strong and I'm afraid it can even kill. Mo said there was no need, let him begin. And then Chen gathered his strength and attacked, saying whatever Mo wanted. At that moment, Mo saw that Chen's strike was even stronger than the second level. He had to defend himself. And then Chen saw that the guy was caught. Chen charged the attack so hard that Mo was sent flying back several meters, but managed to stay on his feet. Mo stood and looked at Chen, when suddenly he began to spit blood from his mouth from a strong blow. Chen realized that fortunately Mo was scared and used his spiritual power to defend himself. The blow was absorbed, but it still managed to injure him. Mo wiped the blood from his face and said with joy that they must definitely fight again. Then Li came out and asked them what they were doing. Li went to Chen first and asked if he was okay. Mo told Li that she had misunderstood everything. They had just had a little argument, and he was the one who got hurt. Chen told Li that brother Mo was right. It was really a misunderstanding. Li said that she would deal with him later. Zhong went to Mr. Mo and told him to take the medicine. And then she ordered the master to be taken into the house to treat his wounds. Chen saw that there wasn't much blood. Could it be that he was really Zhong Li's fiancé? Li grabbed Chen's ear and said that she knew Mo was naive enough. Admit it. It was his idea, wasn't it? Chen said that so many bad things had happened to the Zhong family. He was afraid that Mo would be a bad choice for her. So he tried to understand how things really were. And then she realized that it was concern for them. Zhong said that Mr. Mo was famous for his strength, and Chen had hurt him badly. Chen told her not to exaggerate. Zhong said that recently many elders have been insistent on distinguishing families. She asked them to come over to discuss it. Li asked her sister in surprise, did they threaten her? Zhong said that now that the store is closed, they owe a large amount of money on the contract. There is nothing that the elders want to stay away from. Wei said that if Mr. Zhong is still an 8-star warrior, who dares to look down on their family? Zhong said that after what happened to her father, Zhong's family had lost a lot. Li asked her sister what they would do. Zhong said that she was going to take her back to the martial arts college first, then stay alone and try to reach 6 stars as soon as possible. Chen asked Zhong, is she already level 5? Is Sis also a martial arts college student? Li said that her sister is the youngest teacher since the college was founded. Today will be the final battle of the 5 stars. Zhong said that she had heard about it from Li. Even though he missed the entrance exam, if he still wants to enroll, why wouldn't he rush into the hall? What else to break into the hall? Chen asked. Zhong said yes. If he could break even 1 college record, maybe he would make an exception. Li said that considering that only the elite study there, it would be impossible, wouldn't it? Chen said, if Li hasn't tried it, how can she know it's impossible? The next day they came to the house and Chen asked his sister what they were doing here. Zhong said that there are various weapons for sale here. How can Chen go to the martial arts college without buying at least some? Zhong said that she wanted to find some special materials here, and they can go and look around. If they find something useful, they can buy it. And don't worry about the money. Li asked Chen what type of spirit eater was his favorite. Chen saw that there were so many of them here. Any one of them could cause a fountain of blood. And then Chen saw the sword and touched it and was told to take his hands away. After all, she wants it. The salesman told the lady that they were the first. Would she like to see anything else? And then she hit the salesman and said that this is what the lady wants. Chen asked her if she even knew what a Q was. And besides, what right does she have to be human? And then the girl turned around and headed towards Chen. The girl looked at Chen and said that he was cute. Let him follow her, but only him. Chen pushed her and asked what was wrong with her. Let her leave immediately or he would hit her. The girl did not back down and asked Chen what he was doing. Li stood nearby and watched all this. Lai went to Chen and told him to forget it. It was just a provocation. After leaving, Chen asked Li's sister why she was stopping him. Li asked him if he even knew who this girl was. She had an intermediate level of soul devouring. And then Chen asked her again. Chen said he thought this girl had 3 stars, but what was bothering his little sister? Li told Chen if he noticed the hammers in her hands. If she was not mistaken, they were mid-level items. Li said they are usually made from natural materials and earthly treasures, and they are different from ordinary weapons. They have their own soul power and complement the soul power of the owner. However, the compatibility level also plays a role here. The higher it is, the more effective the weapon will be. Chen asked Lee, "So this girl won't be so easy to deal with?" That's exactly what Lee said. Besides, she's quite rich for such a young age. It seems like her background isn't so simple either. Chen told Sister Lee that the Zhong family is going through the worst of times right now. It's not a good time to make enemies, so let's go to another store. But then Chen noticed that they were being attacked, and the guy pushed Lee away from himself and dodged the girl's attack. The girl said, "Didn't she tell Chen to follow her?" Chen said she was crazy. They didn't want to get into trouble, and now it looks like he'll have to teach her a lesson. The girl asked, "Should I teach her a lesson? How presumptuous." And then she used the force of the hammer. Chen stepped on the hammer and immediately released his green. The girl asked him, "Does he really think this will work?" She tore the greenery and told the boy to just dream about it. Chen stood and watched, but was very surprised. Lai watched from the side and said, "This is bad. Their compatibility is very high. Chen will suffer." Chen understood and saw that it was really difficult to deal with this abnormal person, but nothing could be done. The girl immediately launched an attack and told the guy to get what he deserved since he disobeyed. Chen used his defensive hands, but the force of the girl's blow was so strong that Chen was sent flying back. Then the girl started looking at him and realized that the guy wasn't dead. But then Lee entered the fight and immediately attacked her. The girl managed to dodge Lee's attack, and Chen arrived in time and immediately launched a green attack straight into her hand. The girl cut the greenery and saw blood running down her hand. Chen said that if he were her, he wouldn't move because she was poisoned. The girl asked Chen if he even knew who she was. Chen said that he didn't know who they were. All he knew was that she humiliated others based on their cultivation and background. But then Lee came and told Chen to wait. She asked if the girl would die. Could he save her? Even though she is impudent, more innocent people will suffer if she dies. And then Chen sighed and began to walk towards the girl. Chen grabbed her hand and started to treat it. The girl got scared and asked him what he was doing. Chen told her to calm down. She'll die if she keeps moving. Chen said that no matter who she is, it doesn't mean she can do whatever she wants. It doesn't mean that she wants something. And then the girl sighed and asked what he was trying to teach her. Chen said that if she didn't listen, he would make her suffer much more. The old man told them that it was not so easy to run a small shop, so they should be quiet. Chen took Sister Lee and said that everything was fine and they should go. And then the girl told them to stop and asked, "What is his name?" And then the guy turned around and said his name was Luo Chen. The girl insulted him and said she remembered. Walking through the market, Lee asked Chen if he was okay. It was quite dangerous. Chen said that fortunately, he had been through worse, so it was no big deal. Lee said that was good. Chen said that he needed to become stronger as soon as possible. If only he could get mid-level weapons. The crowd gathered in the middle of the city and shouted, "What a big yellow stone! How much is it worth?" The guys walked to the front and Lee was surprised and said, "What a big stone! I wish I could buy it," said the man standing next to me. Chen asked his sister what Huan was for. Lee said it had many functions, even used for medical purposes. However, for the first time she sees a stone of such a large size. But then Chen noticed something, and did not understand what he was looking for here. The guy asked, "Is the boss responsible for opening this stone?" Chen was surprised and asked, "How can it be him?" Lee told Chen that this man, although young, is already a master of Horcrux. "Master?" Chen asked. A Horcrux master is a special person, with a reputation similar to a soul doctor. They always have many talents. And of course the legend says that they have the power to open the world and close the hole. Chen thought, how could it be him? Shouldn't he be at the martial arts academy now? Where did he come from in Licheng? But Li looked at her for a long time and became very interested in why he had such a high level. Zhong came over and said that Luoshen, the son of the Luo family in the imperial city. Li turned around and was surprised to see her sister. Li asked Zhong, "Is the Luo family in the imperial city?" Zhong said that the Luo family is a true aristocrat. Even when the Zhong family was at its peak, they were always at the top of the families. Luoshen is very talented, but he also has a dissolute character. As the young master of the Luo family, he is currently the master of the 3-star martial spirit. Zhong said that if he were not from such a respected family, he would have been expelled from the academy long ago. Zhong said that he was invited here by saying that it was an ordinary stone. Although the Luo family is very rich, 30,000 gold coins could still go missing. Chen said he didn't think anything would happen. The old man told the boy he hoped the boy would take responsibility. The guy threw the money and said that there were 30,000 coins. The man grabbed the bag and was very surprised. The people standing nearby said, "This guy is so rich. Let him open the yellow stone worth 30,000 gold coins. It will be broken now." The guy said that they should open it now. He wants to see what's inside it. The old man asked, "Right now? In front of hundreds of people?" Lee said strangely, "Why is the boss nervous?" Chen said that if they don't open it now, everyone, both the master and the audience, will be disappointed. He paid enough, so he wants everyone to see it. The guy took out a knife and said he would do it. The guy stopped him and asked if he was sure that was how the stone was broken. He would lose the coins. The boy grabbed the knife from the old man's hands and said that he would do it himself. The boy put the knife in front of himself and with great effort cut the stone. People asked, "What kind of nonsense is this? There's nothing inside." Could it be that 30,000 coins were spent on nothing? The guy smiled and said that they were idiots. At that moment, the stone began to glow and fall apart little by little. Lee was surprised and asked what was going on. Zhang said that it seemed like the gold they spent had been reimbursed after all. The guy sighed and realized that he had apparently won. The old man said that he had lost. It turned out that this was the best yellow stone. And then the crowd gathered around the guy and shouted that they would pay as much as the guy wanted. But then the guy recognized Zhang and asked what she was doing there. Zhang turned around and said that it was time for them to go. The guy grabbed her hand and asked, "Does she remember him? It's Luo Shen." Zhang pulled her hand away and told him to let go. The guy was wrong. But then Luo Shen heard a name that was familiar to him. Turning around, he saw a guy he knew. Zhang asked Chen, "Do they know each other?" Chen turned his head and said no, and Luo said yes. Luo started telling them everything and mentioned Cui. Zhang became curious and asked who Cui was. Luo moved his head to the side and said that this was Chen's lover. Zhang asked him if he was trying to get a divorce. Luo said no, let Zhang listen. Yezhou wanted to enter the academy, so he went with him. Zhang said that it was enough to humiliate herself. Although they studied in the same academy, now he is a student, and she is a teacher. She is not interested in weaker people at all. Zhang told Chen again that it was time for them to go. Luo said that she was very much mistaken. How could he be weaker, much less humiliate himself in front of her? The servant came to the head and said that most of the Zhang family's shops were now in their hands. Mo Ji, the eldest son of the Mo family, said that it was a great job. The guys did a great job. The servant said to Mo, "Didn't he think that if the young master found out, it would be a small thing?" And what did Mo ask? Zhang and Mo are just puppets, no matter who they marry. Especially now that the Zhang family has lost its former strength, what can they do? After all, sooner or later this creature will fall into his arms, and then he will think about how he can have fun with her. Zhang asked Mr. Luo how much he wanted to stay in Zhang's house. Luo asked her if she had forgotten their friendship. Now that he's in Li Cheng, isn't she going to shelter him for a while? Zhang asked him why he's such a crook. And then the guard came and said to the first lady. Zhang said that he was in such a hurry. Let him discuss the separation of the family. Zhang told the two elders that today was not the day of the meeting. What happened in Baiyun? The elder said that he heard that many of the Zhang family's industries had been given to other families in Li Cheng. How could he remain safe in Baiyun? Zhang said that, as she had said before, they could wait for the other elders to discuss. The elder said that the situation was quite critical now. Li asked them, "Don't they understand why?" Zhang asked them what they thought they should do. The elder said that it would be difficult for them to cope with the current situation, and he had a way to help the Zhang family. "But they can replace some elders with others," the second elder said. Zhang jumped out and said that they wouldn't dare do it. And then Mo came and asked, "What? Wouldn't they dare?" Mo said that the first lady seems to be in trouble. He can help her. Zhang asked, "What brings him here, sir?" Mo said that once Mr. Zhang had a child with his Mo family, this time he came to ask for a child again. Zhang said that now that her Zhang family had fallen, he thought he could give up on that idea. Mo said it was hard for the first lady, but if she ate and drank with his family, wouldn't she be more comfortable? And then Wei stood up and told Mr. Mo to please have a boundary. Lo immediately flared up and started pointing at Mo. Chen told him to calm down. They would see how the situation unfolds. Watch yourself, Mo asked. When they agreed on the wedding, they didn't name a specific name, so why don't they take him into account? And then Zhong told Master Wei to take him away from here. Wei took up his sword and asked Master Mo nicely. Mo said that was all for today. Since Mrs. Zhong was not friendly today, he would come back later. Mo smiled and said that the lady was not stupid. Or was there something he needed to understand? The elder told the girls that eventually they would have to get married. Give up running a family, find a husband, have a child. Li said they were all going crazy and clearly needed to be taught a lesson. Zhong said that the level of their elders was quite high, however, if they angered the ML family, they would regret it. The elder said to Mr. Mo, "Given the current situation, I'm afraid Zhong won't give up his position anytime soon. Can he really displace her?" Mo asked him what he was afraid of. She was in a dangerous situation and no one was supporting her. Mo told Elder Zhong that he is different. He has the Mo family behind him, but he is still afraid. The elder said that he was always afraid when something dragged on, if she still didn't give in. Mo said that he would think of something else then. Mo told the elder that Lady Zhong would fall and then he would rise in her place. That night, the gang leader broke into the house unnoticed and, entering the room, said that he had said that Li was on his mind. Chen sensed this and immediately released his abilities and tied up this impudent fellow. The leader didn't understand what was going on. Seeing the guy, he asked how Chen knew he was coming tonight. Chen said that it was just a coincidence that Elder Zhong and Mr. Mo came today to stir up trouble together. He knew that since little sister Li had not given in to him, he would not give in. So he kept an eye on everything and nothing would escape his notice. Li said that was rude. It wasn't enough for him to have robbed him, now he was trying to blackmail him. The leader started laughing and asked, "Will she really not guess?" And then Chen said no to Li and told her to move away. The leader blew up the vine and immediately grabbed Li and ran away with it. Chen saw this and told him to stop and run after him. But then Zhong ran up and asked what was going on. She asked Chen, "Where is Li?" The elder said that they shouldn't worry. Li was safe in her husband's arms. If the master of the house is disobedient, then one should not blame the old man for not knowing pity. Chen and the others looked at each other for a long time, and then Chen made the decision to go save his little sister Li. One of the elders didn't like it, and using magic on Chen, he asked him where he was running. Chen saw this, but he couldn't react. Then Zhong came to the rescue, and by blocking the attack, she helped the guy. The elder was surprised and asked, "Is this a fighting spirit?" Zhong told Chen that she is here and he should find Li. Elder Zhong said that the young man had gone to his death, but perhaps she could save her life if she was obedient. Wei stood in front of the queen and told Zhong Lao not to be so confident. Victory was not yet a foregone conclusion. Zhong Lao pulled out his sword and told Wei that this was his stupidest mistake. Since he wanted to die with her, he would start with him. Wei was not afraid and, standing in a stance, immediately repelled this powerful attack without hesitation. The second elder looked at Zhong and said with joy that he was very lucky. And then he released the flower lights that he placed behind the boys. At this time, Chen was catching up with the gang leader, and releasing his herbs, he tried to stop him and save Li. Out of nowhere, fiery arrows began to fall from the sky, and Chen had to stop. He shouted loudly and asked, "Who is this?" The gang leader turned around and said in surprise, "It's the boss!" And it was the leader of Baiyun village. The village leader told his subordinate to take the people away from here. Then Chen attacked and said that if they wanted to leave, they should leave Li. The village leader was not surprised by this, and pulled out his sword, cutting through his vines with ease. At this moment, Chen was surprised and realized that this guy was a third level and was only getting stronger. Chen didn't let go of his hand and said that he had to do it. The leader asked the guy if he was trying to beat him. "But why is he tempting his luck? Isn't it better to leave?" Chen told him to forgive him, but here he is, refused. At this moment, Chen released his vine and tied the leader to immobilize him. The leader raised his sword and said that these were two simple tricks. The leader said that he saw that the boy's soul and body were much stronger than that of the two-star warrior. Chen came very close and the leader said that unfortunately the guy was no match for him and immediately repelled his attack. Chen noticed that he was not alone, and this guy said that he would not leave it like this. After all, he would never have the opportunity to see such a show again. The leader and his servant did not expect such a turn of events and asked who this guy was. Luo asked Chen how he found him. Chen said he was there when the guy detained him. Luo said that Zhong asked him to help him. He thinks that Chen is strong enough and can't deprive him of the chance to become famous as a hero. Chen said that Luo's skills are above him. It looks like he came to watch a show. He won't get away with it, believe it or not. But when they return, he will report everything to Zhong. Luo told Chen not to do this because he was his only son-in-law. At this point, the leaders were surprised by their interaction and said nothing. The gang leader threw Li to the floor and immediately began to attack Lo, pulling out his sword. Lo saw this, and without any effort, he immediately slapped the attacker without feeling anything. The gang leader, holding his face, understood that this guy did not take him seriously. He stood up again and decided to attack, but Law dodged his attack. All of the gang leader's attacks were in vain. After all, Law was so fast that he couldn't hit him. The leader immediately found a solution and attacked directly. Lo did not run away and stood in front of the blade, stopping it with 2 fingers. Luo held the sword in his fingers and told Chen to concentrate. But at this time, Chen was fending off the village leader's attack. Chen said that Luo was talking too much, so he should hurry up a little and finish him off already. Lo smiled and said that time was running out, so he couldn't play anymore. Let him wrap it up already. Lo launched one of his best moves into the ground, and immediately the crystal expanded and pierced the leader's chest. Chen saw this masterpiece and said that Luo did a good job. The village leader thought and saw that this guy servants after the first blow, and now he needs to get rid of the boy quickly, otherwise there might be problems. Then Chen received another strong attack, but managed to withstand it. Luo looked away and asked Chen if he could help him. And then Chen said that everything was crap. He had exhausted all his strength to deal with it now. Luo told Chen not to hide his strength, finish him quickly, and help little sister Zhong. And then Lo entered the fight and said that he regretted that he underestimated. He did not expect that he would have such a good reaction. And then Lo began to evolve, and the guys were all surprised and could not believe this wonderful miracle. Chen saw that although their enemy had guessed Luo's hidden power, he clearly did not expect it to be so powerful. He had awakened an extremely rare elemental spirit. The village leader was surprised to see a 5-star spirit, a fighting spirit. Who is this guy? Lu released his crystals and told the enemy to ask Lord Yan about it. The leader saw and said that things were bad for him. Seeing the smoke that poured out after the attack, Chen was delighted and said that everything worked out. But then a light was visible from the smoke, after which it turned into the silhouette of a man, and the leader remained alive. And then both guys were surprised and couldn't believe it. The leader said that he couldn't be killed so easily. The leader immediately pulled out his trident and headed towards Lo. The guy managed to set up protection, but it slowly began to crack. Luo stepped back and realized that their enemy's spear was a mid-level Horcrux. Chen asked him how he knew. Law said that with his 4-star weapon, it was impossible to break such an ice shield without a mid-level Horcrux. The leader smiled and said that this guy is very smart. And then he started his attacks on Lo, and the guy tried to dodge his attacks. Lo saw and understood that it would be difficult for him to win instantly, but he should try. Luo pulled out a backup from his pocket and told Chen that this was Po Yun's Horcrux, and he had created it for Zhong, but it didn't suit his spirit, so let him try it. If Chen can use it, let him find a way to stop this brainless ghoul. And then Chen said that he began to feel his fighting spirit merging with the Horcrux. Having mastered it completely, he immediately rushed into battle. The leader saw this and immediately created a defense to hold Chen back while he fought the other. Chen didn't give up and tried his best to ensure that his attack hit its target. And then the leader began to see that he couldn't break free. The boy's vines were tightening ever tighter. Chen told Luo to hurry up quickly, because his strength was already at its minimum and everything was about to collapse. Lo released his ice sword and immediately headed towards the leader. The enemy saw that everything was heading towards death and began to panic. Lo still managed to bring everything to its goal. The leader began to choke on blood because the ice went straight into his chest. Falling to his knees, the leader said that he was leaving. He would leave this world right here. Chen took Li and said that Zhong still had 2 opponents. They had to go back. At this time, Zhong was kneeling and about to lose. The elder told the lady to ask him for forgiveness. Wei saw that the first lady was in danger and immediately shouted at her. Distracted by him, he forgot that there was a rival in front of him, who immediately wounded him. Elder Zhang told Wei not to look around during the battle. When he turned his head, he saw that the First Lady was in danger and about to die. The elder released his flower into battle and aimed it straight at Zhang, but Wei arrived and froze the flower with his ice attack. Luo asked him how he dared to touch his people, and then Zhang was surprised how bravely he saved her. Elder Zhang looked to the side and said, "This is the trash of Baiyun village," and then he ordered that he simply kill them all and leave nothing behind. The elder heard this and released several of his flowers. But Luo had already set up a defense in advance, and the elder was very surprised that his attack was useless. Chen released his vine and grabbed the elder. Luo smiled and told Zhang to return the favor. Zhang took out her magic guitar and immediately used the dragon string. The dragon string was so magnificent and powerful that the elder simply poured out his brain. But Zhang's strength was waning, and she immediately lost consciousness. Luo picked her up and asked how she was. Zhang said she was fine. Chen told her to take Li to rest and leave the rest to them. The elder was very angry, and throwing the sword at them, asked if she should leave it to them. Wei saw this and immediately blocked his attack, grabbing the sword with his bare hands. Wei was so angry that he immediately blew up the sword with his own hands. The elder said that he was an old fart. He had completely lost his mind. Wei said that he would not allow him to do whatever he wanted in Zhong Palace, and the guys immediately went to work and immobilized the elder. The elder smiled and said that they expected to capture him using their pathetic skills. The elder turned out to be strong. He opened his arms and immediately freed himself from the ropes and managed to inflict damage on the guys. The elder said that today they will all die here. And then he turned into something terrible called a monster. Luo said that this is the final Thunder Soul skill. It uses the Vajra as a vessel to attract the spiritual power of heaven and earth, forming an electric discharge. Zhang Lao seems to be breaking through the 6-star realm already. They must stop him before the formation process is completed, Wei said. Wei asked, "How can they do this?" After trying his strength, he said that he could not get closer. Wei said that with his ability, it is possible to break through the lightning, but it takes time to prepare. Let them find a way to distract him. Chen said good, and immediately looking around he saw a rock. Grabbing it, he directed it to the elder. The elder saw all this and said that it didn't even affect him. And then Lo also entered the battle, but it was all useless. The elder said that what other bales the boys will present, let them show it right now. Wei came to the end and said that the guys had done a good job and now it was his turn. Wei began to perform his heavenly sword formation. And when he reached the limit, he launched it into the elder's energy stream. The elder, seeing such a flow of heavenly sword formation, knew that his perfection would be interrupted. The elder fell to his knees and said that he had attacked Zhang, threatened Li, and now he would have to deal with Wei. This was not in his plans. And what was also unexpected was that they, the two boys, saved Zhang and joined forces with Wei. Well, he underestimated them. Kill, blow up as they wish. As the boys decided to step aside when they saw Zhang walking towards them. She told Elder Zhang that she couldn't kill him. Entering the room, Zhang told Mr. Zhang that he would be expelled. Why was he so eager to take the title of head of the family? Zhang asked, "What difference does it make now? The Zhang family was truly great. Do you want the old man to watch it fall apart now in the hands of two girls?" Chen said that this was a pretense. He was so blinded by greed that he only relied on his patron Mo Ji. Zhang said that Mo's ideas were not bad. He ordered him to seize the maid Li and blackmail the head of the family. And then Li asked him what else Mo had ordered. Zhang said that he had to do something so that the mistress would also fall into his hands as a slave. Luo got angry and said, "How dare he? He will tear him into thousands of pieces and not even blink an eye." Zhang said to calm down. "It's not time yet. There are too many Mo family members. If they go after them now, I'm afraid the Zhang family won't be able to withstand their wrath." Luo asked her if she wanted to just ignore it. Zhang said that she felt that if they slowed down, sooner or later, Mao would get what she deserved. Then Wei approached the elder. Zhang was frightened and asked him what he was going to do. Wei, after attacking, said that the First Lady had given permission to let him live, but at the same time, he would no longer be able to use his power. Wei shoved him underground and immediately took away his strength. After cutting his ropes, Zhang looked at himself and was very pitiful. After all, he was now a non-entity. Wei said that he had cut off all the paths. Henceforth, he would not be able to use the power of his spirit. Zhong told the elder that now that he had lost his spirit, he would continue his miserable existence on another continent. Having closed the city doors in front of him, the elder was very angry and told Zhong to just wait for him. But Lo heard all this, and then suddenly released ice straight into his chest, killing him to death. Chen said that Zhong told them to leave him alive, so why did he kill him? Luo said that if they had allowed him to go to Kuyuan, I was afraid he would have come back. Zhong said that what Luo said might be true. Luo said that the Mo family, daring to encroach on his woman, would not get off with 10 heads. Chen said that the enemy who came would not be able to cope with them, but he advised him not to act rashly. Let him just remember that Zhongjiang is still in Li Chen. Luo said that he was just going to watch while the second lady of the Zhong family married a member of the Mo family. And then Chen said that he would not allow this to happen. In order to avoid trouble, they must do everything in such a way that even the spirits would not know and the demons would not smell it. But at that moment, the guy was being beaten on the street and he was shouting that Mo Ji was so mean. In order to kidnap the girl, he sent people to make a surprise attack. Ji asked Shui what he was barking about. He should be glad he paid attention to her woman. She's a pretty good girl, and since he likes her so much, he'll show mercy. Jui told Mo that he remembered everything that happened today. Someday he will not leave a wet spot of it. The guys were watching him all the time, and Chen said that this Mo is making enemies everywhere, and this is their chance. Luo asked Chen, does he want to blame all the troubles on the Shui family? Chen smiled and said that he didn't say that. Chen and Luo followed him, and at the right moment they began to attack from afar. Mo managed to run out and immediately began to attack and realized that it was an ambush for him. Mo said he was from the Great Mo family, in Liqing County, Moji. He didn't understand where they were, but why didn't they come out and accept their punishment? Mo looked at his carriage and realized that this was the fate of living in Liqing. You drive, and halfway there you can be robbed. As soon as you show your status, they immediately disappear. Chen decided to attack from afar and immediately released his vine at Mo. Mo was surprised to see greenery attacking him in front of him. He immediately began to dodge the attack. Mo shouted at the top of his voice, "This bastard is definitely not a ghost. Since he has abilities, let him show himself." Luo came out and said that the heir of the Mo family was so forgetful. Mo realized that Zhong's people had already come to take revenge on him. Mo said that his family, like Zhong's, belongs to the 5 great clans. Is Zhong really going to oppose him because of a woman? Luo asked. Why not? Either Mo or him? Chen said to Luo, didn't he want to tear him into little pieces? For now, let's act. Luo showed his power in front of him, and Mo was surprised to see a 5-star soul slayer. He asked, who are they anyway? Lo held out his sword and said that these were the ones who would kill him today and end this forever. And then Mo began to take the attacks, and where he could dodge. Lo asked him, where did he run? Lo didn't run after him, and immediately released a couple of frozen shurikens. But Mo saw this, and immediately used his defense. Lo started to chase him, but Mo wasn't stupid either, and in a moment he prepared several needles, and at the right moment he let them into battle. These were silver needles. These were horcruxes, which were tempered for 47 or 49 days in order to destroy spiritual power. But even if this needle hits a 5-star soul destroyer, it will not kill the host, but will paralyze them for a while. Lo noticed that something was wrong here, and upon seeing the needles, he immediately used his ice defense. Mo was mortified when he saw Luo's defense. He released 2 more needles that surrounded Luo and immediately pierced his body. Luo grabbed his body and realized that they were poisonous. Mo called him a bastard and said that even if it wasn't now, he would eventually get even with them. Luo saw Mo running away and told Chen to catch up with him. Chen immediately set about this task. Chen stood in front of Mo and looked at him. Luo told him not to fight, but to just buy time for the incense. Chen didn't understand him at first and asked in surprise, what time is it for incense? Luo didn't waste time and used cultivation to find out that this poison is very strong. He doesn't know if Chen can handle this guy. Chen understood that the difference between the 2nd and 3rd stars was too big. He was afraid that he might die. And now he needs to find a way to hold it off until Law completely neutralizes the poison. Mo looked at Luo and thought that despite the poisoning, there was nothing he could do to prevent his recovery. And now he needs to break through the owner of 2 soul star powers, then no one will block the way. Mo told Chen that if he let his uncle go first, he could stay alive. Chen asked him what would happen if he said no. And then Mo attacked and said that the guy would die then. Chen immediately used his defense, but he felt that this attack was very fierce. Mo said that Chen was a fool. After all, he had already reached the maximum strength of his 3-star spirit. He was already half of a 4-star spirit. It was useless to resist him. Chen now realized that the difference between the 2nd and 3rd stars was really big, and immediately he had to use the green defense body. Mo was surprised by this and said that he never thought that a child like him would also have a Horcrux. But Mo said that, however, against him, the Soul Reaper, it doesn't matter at all. Chen also did not stand still and attacked, saying that how would he understand if he didn't try. Facing the attacks, Mo said he couldn't do it. Still hoping to buy time for the incense, Chen used even more force to attack and told Mo to underestimate his vines. But then the vines were torn apart and Chen was surprised that he crushed his vines so easily, and the sword was heading straight for him. But Chen managed to dodge, and seeing the sword next to his throat, he realized that he had escaped. Mo said that if the guy didn't leave, he would throw him aside himself. And then another attack came rushing out, and Chen dodged it. Chen instantly started spitting blood and said, "Why is this disgusting guy so strong?" But Chen kept telling himself to hold on. After all, Luo would neutralize the poison soon. Chen was constantly taking all the attacks on himself and was unable to reciprocate. Mo said that he would die if this continued. Chen tries to stand up with all his might and asks who is speaking, and then he began to hear a strange voice. The voice told him that it was he, Luo Chen. Mo asked Chen if he still had the strength to resist. After all, his uncle was about to have a lot of fun. Directing the sword energy straight at Chen Mo, he told him to meet his doom. Luo saw this too and knew things were bad now. But Chen stood still and did not move. Luo shouted at Chen to start running. Luo told Mo that if Chen died, he would kill his entire family. Mo said that he has many 6-star spirits in his family line. Luo thinks he scared him? But then Luo decided that he needed to help Chen, and he prepared an ice projectile and fired it straight at Mo. Mo didn't notice this attack, and Luo prevented him from finishing his job. Chen looked at them and saw only a blurry picture. Luo saw that something strange was happening to Chen. His aura began to turn red. Mo turned around and also saw Chen, and said that it seemed like the boy had come to his senses. And then he began to attack again. But at the moment of contact, Mo flew back and did not understand what happened. Could it be that his attack was reflected? Mo didn't understand what happened and noticed that Chen had become so dried out. How did this happen? Then Chen began to attack and managed to tie Mo's legs with vines to immobilize him completely. Mo saw this and asked what these dark things were, and now he is losing his spiritual power. Mo didn't take any chances and immediately launched his spear straight at Chen. But the guy was possessed by black magic, and this time he was very strong. Chen applied his dark magic directly to the spear and turned it into broken iron. Mo was surprised and said that it was a 2-pronged halberd. It was made of special cast iron and turned into a piece of metal. Mo got angry and said, "This is just a 2-star fighting spirit. How could he lose?" And then he released an internal energy that resembled the strength of a gorilla. Mo said that his spirit beast King Kong has awakened, and now he is very thirsty for blood. Chen, seeing this, released his black magic again, which simply took King Kong's blow and didn't even twitch. Mo didn't understand what was happening to him again, but he definitely saw that his fighting spirit was being devoured. Chen didn't stop there and started to devour Mo as well. The guy shouted that his fighting spirit was King Kong, and then Mo lost his temper and told Chen not to come near him. Evil spirit, and he even called him the devil. But Chen didn't stop there, and began to completely devour Mo, leaving his body entirely in bones. After finishing everything, Chen came to his senses, and seeing Mo's body, he didn't understand. Was it he who did this to him? Chen said that he didn't expect that his 2-star boom would be able to absorb him. No one else should know about this. Chen was completely weakened and collapsed straight to the ground. Luo finished his healing and immediately headed towards him. Luo walked up to Chen and asked him how he was doing. Chen asked Luo if he was able to neutralize the poison. Luo told Chen not to say anything about it and never mention it again. Luo saw that Mo had miscalculated his strength. He was full of spiritual power, but why did he suddenly lose it and collapse? But let it be so, because everyone has secrets. They need to return home as soon as possible. Arriving home, they were met by 2 sisters. and looking at each other for a long time, they could not speak. Lee said that Mo was found dead in the middle of the street this morning, and rumor has it that the Zhang family is settling scores this way. Chen and Luo made surprised faces. Chen asked, "Isn't it good that this guy died?" Zhang told the boys, "Mo's death was their doing, wasn't it?" Luo yawned and said it wasn't him. It was Chen who killed young Master Mo. Lee asked Mr. Luo if it was possible to shift all the blame to Chen alone. He could have done it too. Chen said that it was true. Young Master Mo has one of the strongest 4-star martial spirits, but he only has the second one. How could he possibly resist him? Lee asked him how he knew about this. Besides, right after Elder Zhang's trial yesterday, the two of them mysteriously disappeared. And then Chen realized that things were bad for them. After all, in trying to slip away, he had actually let it slip. Luo stood up and said that about this. He went out drinking yesterday. Chen said everything correctly. Luo took him out drinking in Zui yesterday and there. Just then, someone was talking about the heir of the Mo family. Then Luo got angry and told Chen that he was talking too much. Zhang couldn't help but grab his ear. She said that Zui was a famous brothel, and Luo actually took little Chen to drink wine with the prostitutes. Luo told Zhang to listen to him and not trust him blindly. Zhang told Chen that if he had any questions, he could come directly to Liu. And then Luo got offended and said that why no one believes him. Chen said that this Mo found enemies for himself. It is not surprising that he was killed. But now little sister Zhang will be able to live in peace. Chen said that this was a matter of special importance. So why don't he and Liu go and scout out the situation? The head of the Mo family told Shui Kun that she would pay with her life for what they did. If they did not hand over Shui, then he could look after good coffins for their entire family. Shui Kun, the head of the Seiyu family, said that the case had not yet been solved, but he was already standing in front of the Shui family's door and trying to blame them for everything. Mo said that Ji had met Shui that night. Then he was found murdered. If not Shui, then who? Luo said that it was said that the head of the Mo family had brought people to the doors of the Shui palace for an investigation since early morning. Chen said that the Mo family suspected Shui, so they came to look for him at the Shui family. Luo told Chen that it was a setup. Chen smiled and said that they were good friends. At this time, Zhang told Liu that she still felt that the boys were involved in Mo's death. But then someone ran up and shouted to the city ruler. And then the elder came and told Mrs. Zhang that they had not seen each other for a long time. Entering the room, Liu told her sister that during the pressure on the Zhang family from other clans, the ruler did not even bat an eye. So why did he come today? Zhang told Liu to be quiet. The ruler said that this time the honorable sovereign came to check the rulers, namely, how they handle their duties. Examination asked Liu and sister. The ruler said that the 10 emperors of Tiando have rankings, according to which, every 3 years, a county examination is held. Oozed Licheng has been at the bottom for almost 30 years. The exam is approaching. If Licheng ends up in the bottom this year, it will be excluded from the top 10 royal capitals. Liu asked if it was possible to restore Licheng to its former glory with the help of the 5 great clans. The ruler said that the exam is a battle between the young generations. The 5 families are relatively young clans with a lack of experience. If you pay attention, among all the families in Licheng, only the Zhang family has the appropriate skills and knowledge. Zhang realized that the city ruler had. The ruler said that the Zhang family would be in charge of the event related to the competition to be selected as one of the 10 places to hold the examination. The ruler said that he hoped that they would live up to his expectations. Zhang asked, would the Zhang family be responsible? The next day, a lot of people had gathered in the Zhong kingdom, and most of the boxes were scattered all over the place. By that time, the guys were returning from reconnaissance and were surprised by this. Chen was surprised and said, where did so many boxes come from? Liu ran up and said with joy that these were all generous gifts from the clans. Gifts? Chen asked in surprise. Why did they suddenly bring gifts to the Zhang family? The elder sister said that they should discuss it inside. Sitting down in their seats, Zhang said that their family was responsible for selecting participants for the tournament. The big houses had received news of this, and now, one after another, they were fawning and bringing gifts. Luo said that the ruler had handed over all matters regarding the tournament to the Zhang family. If Licheng could stand the test, then the Zhang family would finally rise, in a good way, of course. Chen asked why the ruler appointed the declining Zhong family to such an important task, and not one of the 5 great clans. Zhong said that she asked the same question to the ruler. He said that each of the 5 great clans disliked each other, and the ruler also heard about the conflict between the Mo and Shui families. If we leave it to them, there will be no guarantee that Licheng will not be doomed. Chen cried out that if the 5 great clans were dissatisfied with the choice of ruler and began to put a spoke in the wheel, wouldn't the Zhong family then be doomed? Luo told him not to worry about it. They were all a bunch of people without strong beliefs. The Zhong family had the blessing of the ruler, so they wouldn't dare touch them. But then a servant burst in and bowed to the First Lady and told her that the head of the Mo clan had come to see her. When the guy entered, he said that he was on behalf of the ML clan, and he had come to greet her, Lady Zhong. Their leader asked me to convey that if the young lady was unable to handle the tournament, the Mo family could take on some of the responsibilities. Chen was surprised and asked, "What is this? Does the Mo clan have time to worry about the Zhong family's affairs?" Lo butted into the conversation and said that the heir's bones had already cooled, and the killer had still not been found, and for the sake of the tournament they decided to ignore the funeral of their own son. The guy looked at Luo angrily and said that all the respected people had gathered in Licheng, but he didn't know which family the guy belonged to. Luo took hold of his cup of tea and asked if a lowly manager could talk to him. The second guy got angry and said to the daredevil, "How dare he speak so unceremoniously to a representative of the Mo clan?" The guy approached Mrs. Zhong. The Mo family sincerely wants to support them, but this man is too arrogant, so they suggest kicking him out. But Zhong only smiled at this and said nothing. Did the guy tell Luo to get out of here himself, or should he kick him out? Lo said that there was a loyal dog standing in front of him. Let him bring him the ball immediately. The guy said that ever since he entered the 4-star martial soul stage, he had not suffered such humiliation in Baishan. And a brat like this arrogant guy will always beg him to kill. The guy pounced on Lo, but didn't understand what he was going to run into. Lo took his hand and twisted it, saying that he was too slow. Lo said that now in front of him stands a show-off who can't even hit properly, and such little boys from the Mo clan. How dare he be so impudent in the presence of his superiors? The boy asked, "His Excellency, if he wasn't afraid of causing displeasure from the Mo clan." Zhong stood up and said, "Luo Mozi is an honored guest of Zhong Palace, the prince of the Luo clan." And then the boys were completely surprised when they heard that the heir of the Luo clan from the imperial city was standing in front of them. The boy asked the chief manager how influential the Luo family was in the imperial city. The manager was so ashamed that he told the boy to open his eyes wide. The Luo clan of the imperial city is one of the greatest families in the entire Tian Empire, true aristocrats. And how the hell did he dare to show such insolence towards the heir of a great family? The manager bowed and said that the Mo family had unintentionally offended the genius heir and hoped that Prince Luo would show mercy. Zhong said that the Mo clan's manager did this unintentionally. She is not against resolving this peacefully. But what does the prince think about it? Luo said that since Madame Zhong had this opinion, he would not argue, and now it was time for them to go home. The manager bowed in shame and said goodbye to Prince Luo and Lady Zhong. The manager went outside and thought, and did not expect that the withered Zhong family would cooperate with the sea otter Luo from the imperial city. And now this is a very important event that should be reported to Mr. Mo. Luo told Zhong that it seemed like the Mo representatives left angry, right? Zhong said that he was just making fun of them, so there was nothing to praise him for. Chen saw that there was a spark between them and, taking Liu with him, they went to look at the gifts. Luo asked Zhong what she was upset about. Zhong said that in previous years of the tournament, the age of the participants was not allowed to exceed 16 years, but there were very few people of that age in Licheng. And now, with less than 2 months left until the tournament, those 10 places need to be carefully studied. Luo looked at the front and said, "There are 2 candidates right in front of them?" Chung asked him, "Is he talking about Li Chen?" Zhong said that Li's girl has good potential. She has already acquired 3 link martial arts. Chen is also very talented. But Chen has a 2-star fighting spirit, and in order to participate in the tournament, he must have at least a 3rd. Luo told her that she shouldn't underestimate this child. The heir of the Mo family is a good example. Zhong asked in surprise, "So is it true that Chen killed Mo?" Luo said that although he did not see how it happened, Mo definitely died at his hands. Chen was alone in the mountain range when the beast spirit was about to awaken, but there was not a scratch on the boy. He could not be considered weak. Zhong said that since Chen is not from Lycan, there might be problems? Luo asked. So what? Every city invites foreigners to help in the tournament. If Chen takes part in this war, the outcome of the tournament could be quite unexpected. Luo came closer to her and said that he could of course help her using the Luo clan's name, but he knew about her self-esteem, so he would just silently watch everything that was happening. Lo placed his hands on her arms and said that she was his weakness and he would never allow anyone to hurt her. Zhong blushed and said, "Who would want to be with such a slacker?" Luo said nothing and also laughed in response. Chen took Li and brought him to a cafe to rest a bit and gain strength, and immediately ordered them tea. The cafe said that a tournament would be held soon, and Li Cheng is still supported by the 4 great families. Li said that this year's tournament is very important for Li Cheng. The ruler has entrusted this matter to the Zhong family. If they fail, the consequences will be serious. Chen said Li Cheng is a big city with a population of 1 million people. But there are only 10 places that can be counted with your eyes closed. On the street, 2 guys asked what kind of family this Zhong is. The Shu family is at the top, among the second classes in Li Sheng, and is higher in status than the Zhong clan. The heir of the Shu family asked why such an honor as hosting the tournament fell to them. The heir of the Bai Yan clan said that Zhong Xian relied on her feminine charms to become a mistress, and now she has latched onto the Luo clan. Who knows what kind of shameful deeds they are doing. Then Li heard everything and asked the guys what nonsense they were talking about. Shu said, "Isn't this the second lady of the Zhong clan? Does she have time to go to taverns? Wouldn't it be better for her to help her sister prepare for the tournament? Oh, that's right. Now that the Zhong clan is under the protection of the Luo family, there are people willing to take care of everything, so there is plenty of time to meet lovers." But then Chen stood up and asked Li's sister if he could beat them. Li told him not to be so impulsive. They both had 3-link martial spirits. He was no match for them. Zhu started laughing loudly and saying that he didn't know where this guy came from, but said that he wanted to beat them up. Zhu patted Chen's face and said that his girlfriend knew that he couldn't handle them, so she allowed him to speak so boldly? Zhui moved to Li and said that her sister has the blood of 2 great clans. She must be excellent in many things, and if she's her younger sister, then she's not bad either. Why would she bother with this low-born guy when she could serve him? Chen didn't like this and couldn't stand it for long. He released his vine and immediately caught Shui from all sides. Bai stood to the side and said to Chen, "How dare he attack so suddenly?" Chen immediately stopped talking to him and played with this Shui like a ball, breaking everything in his body. After bringing Shui to death, Chen asked, "Does anyone else want to die? Just try to say something else." Li told Chen that this Shu Yo was the heir of the direct line of the Shu clan, Licheng City. But Chen took his life. Chen told her to calm down. "This guy has a 3-star fighting spirit. He won't be killed so easily." The guy said that the Shu family is famous for their good deeds, while the Zhong clan is famous for their despotism. Aren't they afraid of incurring everyone's wrath? Chen asked him if he had any problems. The guy gathered his strength and attacked, saying that today he would teach him a lesson. Li told Chen to be careful. This is a unique forgotten disciple of the Bai clan. 1 step of his turns into 100 in an instant. But then Chen used his vine, but without hitting the guy, he realized that he was very fast. Bai stood in front of Chen and asked him, "Is that all he can do?" And then he launched an attack, but Chen didn't notice. Bai said that Chen was weak. He just launched a surprise attack on Shu with his measly 2-star spirit. Unheard of impudence. Li pulled Chen to his feet and began to worry. Chen said that everything was fine, so she shouldn't worry. Chen thought there was only 1 star between him and the guy, but there was already such a difference. But luckily, he activated his power in time and absorbed most of the blow, otherwise he could have died. Bai told Chen that he hit him, but why did the guy survive? Chen said that his blow was as if it was done by a woman. Any more questions? Bai became even more angry about this and told Chen that he was tired of living in general. But then Li stepped in and said enough. She said to Bai Yu, "Wasn't he the one who was pressuring and insulting her just now, talking about the Zhong family?" Bai laughed and said that the second lady was saying very funny things, despite the fragmentation and almost complete extinction of the Zhong clan, although this will happen soon anyway. Li got angry and started pointing at the guy. Bai asked her, "What's wrong? Did he say something wrong?" Chen didn't like this. He immediately grabbed him by the throat at the speed of light and began to slowly strangle him. Chen looked into his eyes and told Bai Yu that he was the one who really dreamed of death, but couldn't find it. Bai didn't understand what was going on and asked Chen what he was doing. The guys asked where this guy even came from. His 2-star fighting spirit was so strong. Li asked, "How can this be? The difference between 2 and 3 stars is too big." But then Shu stood up and said, "What a powerful spirit. He trapped Bai and cut off all his escape routes, making him suffer." Xu told Chen to look at him and call him a damn bastard. Let him just try to attack him. Bai, let him kill him. The more painfully, the better. Li told Shu that if Chen died, she would never let them go just like that. They would all pay for it. But then the hole began to open. Shu asked Bai in joy, "Did he kill him? How does he feel?" But then everything started to become clear, and Bai's body was emaciated to the bone. And then Shu was upset that Bai was dead. Jue told Zhongli that she had offended 2 families, the Shu and the Bai, and so they would not make peace. Li looked at Chen and asked him if he was okay. Chen couldn't say a word as he collapsed into her arms, but he still managed to tell her that he had defeated that vile guy. Li, with tears in her eyes, begged him to get up, and then Li managed to drag Chen to her home. Opening the door, she started shouting to her sister. Zhang asked her, "What happened?" Li told them to act quickly. They needed to help Chen. And immediately the guys started acting and put Chen on the bed. Zhong now knew and was surprised that Chen was able to kill Bai and injure Shu. Li said that these second-class families, Bai and Shu, they definitely won't let things slide. Luo said that it was okay if they were provoked and acted recklessly. Then they would show them what methods the Luo clan would use in such a situation. Zhong told Li that Chen had no external injuries, but that excessive use of martial spirit had caused his pulse to become abnormal. He needed to get a good rest. Li couldn't leave him alone because he stood up for her in that brothel. But she had to leave so Chen could rest. At this time, Chen was in great pain. After all, his inner strength was trying to come out, and he decided to cultivate it. Chen suddenly woke up and realized that using the spirit and then absorbing it from other people led to a sharp increase in spiritual power. He needed to cleanse it, but his body might not be able to withstand it, and he would be left disabled. And now he decided that he needed to try to break into the 3-link kingdom of the soul a little earlier. Raising both hands up, Chen was very eager to break through. And at that moment, it all happened. A flashing lightning fell directly into Chen's house where he was resting. The boys didn't leave either, and then they were surprised when they saw the lightning. Li asked them what it was. It was heading for Chen's room. Chen realized that he could do it, and he did not give up and continue to break through. Chen took on such a powerful electric current and saw that the power of the spirit of heaven and earth was it. The power of the lightning was so great that Chen had difficulty doing this. But then he decided to immerse himself in a cocoon of vines. Having managed to break through it, Chen thought that after tempering the spirit of heaven and earth, not only had the strength doubled, but the soul sea had also awakened, turning into a pill. Chen smiled and said that it was no wonder that a 3-star spirit was far superior to a 2-star spirit. Turning into a pill was equivalent to expanding the soul energy throughout the entire body. Of course, if he hadn't absorbed enough energy earlier, he wouldn't have been able to obtain a 3-star spirit. And now that he has a 3-star spirit, he needs to try all the techniques, and immediately release the first spirit. After testing it in practice, Chen was surprised that his first spirit had actually changed. New power, in addition to the poison, Bai, even with a 4-star spirit, won't be able to resist him. But he wonders if soul absorption is transformative, and he immediately decides to try it. After doing this, Chen realized that he had indeed appropriated the power of the spirit of heaven and earth in order to replenish his energy. But wouldn't that mean that when he fights, he won't have to worry about the amount of energy he consumes anymore? But wouldn't that be cool? Chen said that although he wouldn't be able to use the full power of the second martial spirit, at least he could control it without worrying about suddenly losing control. But then Li ran in screaming about Chen. She asked him if he was okay. Chen smiled and said he was okay. He was just practicing. Sitting down at the table, Chen asked Sister Li what about the Shu and Bai families, if they were angry with them because of him. Luo said that he heard that Zhu died from poison halfway. Luo's heir helped them settle the matter. Zhang understood and said that it was okay because Chen stood up for the Zhang clan. But then a serious conversation came up, and Zhang told Li and Chen that she needed to discuss something with them. Chen happily told Sister Zhang not to delay and to tell it like it was. Zhang listed all the clans for the tournament, and at the end said that there were still 4 people who would act on behalf of the ruler. There were exactly 2 spots left, and she hoped that they would be able to take them. Li immediately said that there was no problem. But Chen is not from Licheng. She is worried about this. Chen told Zhongli's sister not to worry. If she goes, then he will too. Zhong said that was great. That way there will be 10 people competing in the tournament. And then, on the announcement, people learned that all 10 participants in the tournament had been selected. How could it be that only 2 would compete from the Zhong family, people asked. The indignant young man said that the declining Zhong family took up 1/5 of the number of participants. Although the tournament is related to the glorification of Licheng, but he, Zhang Qian, refuses to accept them. And then all the people together said that they were against it, and they decided to go to the Zhong clan and tell them everything. Arriving at the clan's door, they began to ask, "Why does the Zhong family have 2 members? They are unhappy with this." Zhang said, "Let the one named Luo Chen come out. A person no one knows about will represent Licheng. What nonsense." Chen asked Luo, "Who is this crowd causing trouble?" Luo said to Chen, "If he is angry, why is he doing it here and not on the street?" Chen said that now that the participants have already been chosen, why are they shouting, "Let them get out of here. They will only make him nervous." Luo said that there was still a month left before the tournament. Chen would still sit in the Zhong mansion without going outside at all? Chen thought about it and asked, "Why not do it this way?" Luo thought that this brat was really cheeky. Luo said he felt like they just didn't know what Chen was capable of. He had to go out there and take them all down to live up to his reputation. Chen said to Luo, "Is he stupid? There are too many troublemakers outside. Do you think they all came to be beaten by him?" Luo said that Chen shouldn't blame him for this, that he didn't tell him about this tournament rule. The participants had already been chosen, but the decision could be contested by entering the battle. Chen asked him, "Is he joking? Did all these people come here to challenge him?" And then Zhang again shouted for the one whose name was Chen to come out. He, the young master, had come to challenge him. Luo told Chen that everyone wanted to see him. Will he still be afraid? Chen used his powers and said that it would never end. Then Chen opened the door and asked who was there to challenge him. Zhang asked Chen if he could handle Qian, the owner of the 2-star martial spirit. Chen looked at him and asked, "Is it him? This guy doesn't have the strength to compete with me?" Zhang immediately decided to attack and told Chen not to look at him with such arrogance. Chen smiled and said that he saw that he had quite a strong spirit. It seemed that he had been motivated for a long time. But Chen released his spiritual spirit and asked the boy if this was all he could do. Chen used his vine attack and immediately sealed the guy into a pillar, holding him high off the ground. Chen said he told this guy he couldn't stand up to him, and he did. But the guy in the crowd said that it seems like this guy Chen is a little different from what they say about him, right? Wei Hao said that he might have been able to defeat the owner of the 2-star spirit, but in terms of the tournament, he was unworthy. The guy said that with him, the tournament would definitely go well and Li Cheng would become famous. If the Zhang family invited him to participate just for the sake of numbers, then he shouldn't waste the place in vain. Chen asked Wei, "Is he trying to exhaust him?" Of course he apologizes. This battle was very fierce, so he is a little tired. He should go back and rest. Wei asked Chen, how dare he talk to them like that? He should give up the tournament. A fly in the ointment. Let Li Cheng not disgrace them. Chen got angry and said that they were rabble, and now he refuses to fight to the death. Wei attacked him and said that if Chen gave up his place in the tournament, he would spare his life. But then the man stood up for them and told them to stop it right there. He stood in the middle of both of them and stood there until the very end. They all immediately saw this man and bowed and said that they greeted the ruler. The ruler said that in a few days there would be a banquet here, the purpose of which would be to get to know each other and communicate more closely. But if after that they still remained with their opinions, they could challenge anyone they wanted. Chen asked the boy, "Did he hear? He'll have to refrain from attacking. After all, no one will be able to stop them after that." Wei said that this guy is just afraid of fighting him, that's all. Zhang Tao said that it was okay. On the day of the feast, they would change their minds and free up a place in the tournament. Li brought Chen to the big festival that evening. Chen said that he never thought the Lantern Festival would be so lively. Lee said that this year's Lantern Festival is the most grandiose in the last 10 years. In addition to quizzes, there will also be a performance. Then Lee pulled Chen and said that they needed to see everything. The seller asked, "Little brother, don't you want to guess the riddle with the lanterns?" After all, most people are not able to decipher them, so the gifts are more generous than anywhere else. Of course, the conditions are such that for one correctly guessed riddle, you will receive 1,000 silver coins, as well as more attempts. Lee asked, what would happen for a larger amount? And then Chen began to guess everything. After all, he saw what was where and how. The seller was surprised and realized that the guy had answered everything correctly. Didn't any of the riddles really stump him? Chen earned a bag of money and happily walked on, while Yi Li, standing next to him, was surprised by his luck. Li told Chen that the holidays always bring up family. How is Chen? Does he miss home? Chen said that a long time had passed. He had not had a home for a long time. Li told him that from now on, this was his home. As long as she is here, she will always accompany him to the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chen was glad to hear these words and hugged her and said that they had reached an agreement. Chen slammed all the doors and heard the guy saying that Chen was a cowardly dog. If he was afraid, he would shit himself during the feast. Luo said that the ruler said that there would be sparring during the banquet. What does Chen plan to do? Chen said he would just beat them all up. Luo said Chen was really reckless. He should be careful. Just try not to lose. Chen asked, what other loss? Aren't the 10 participants already confirmed? Or can it be changed? Luo said that Chen actually thought that this would be a simple exchange of experiences. As far as he knows, before each tournament there is a banquet, which can be attended not only by respected individuals but also by young, talented people. Chen said that in that case there would be countless duels. What is he saying? Luo asked. Lo told him not to worry. If he showed them his strength, nothing would happen. On the contrary, when the places were finally distributed, the participants would be rewarded. Will they reward? Chen asked. Luo said yes. For those who will represent Li Cheng, the ruler will make an exception and open the Palace of Martial Spirit. What kind of spirit palace did Chen ask? Luo said that each of the 10 imperial cities under the rule of the imperial city of Tiandu belong to one of the 10 territorial jurisdictions. And in each of these cities there is a spirit palace. It contains a directory that contains 1/10 of all the types of spirits in the imperial city of Tiandu. And also, there is a 99% chance that he will find information about all the abilities of these spirits. Then Chen's eyes lit up and he asked, is this true? Then this is a great opportunity to get into this palace. Luo said that it was true. It was the Palace of Souls that everyone was so fascinated with, because whoever entered it would become one of the most brilliant people in Licheng. But let Chen not think that everything was so simple. Chen said that since this spirit palace is only open for 1 hour, no one would even think of going there just like that, right? Luo asked Chen. Did he really think that the guards in the palace were just decoration? The Martial Spirit Palace was very well guarded by dark guards. Not only is it impossible to steal anything, but it is also impossible to just approach it. It will be destroyed in an instant. Chen said that there were a huge number of different spirits on the Martial Spirit continent. If he could find out a little more about their types and capabilities, in the upcoming battles, you will be able to immediately understand all the abilities of the spirit, so everything will work out. The main thing is to prepare well. Luo said that Chen was so interested in the martial spirits and their abilities, he didn't just get carried away by it. He was afraid of not being able to break through. What do you mean? Chen asked. It didn't take him that long to get a 2-star. Well, nothing said. Lo. After all, the difference between the stars is too great, and now he has a difficult path to go, so let him not act impulsively. Chen immediately looked at the Martial Spirit Palace and said that it meant he would be able to handle it 100%. The next day, they all gathered at the palace and waited for further orders. Chen said that the palace government guards deserve their fame, and their fierce expressions are truly terrifying. Zhong said that the responsibility for sparring was hers, so she needed to go to the inner palace to prepare something. And there is still some time before the banquet. They can take a walk. But let them remember, under no circumstances to enter into conflicts. Li told her sister that she knew. And she would make sure to keep an eye on Chen so that he would not get into trouble. Li said that if Li Shang does not win this year, It will be excluded from the top 10 imperial cities, so this may be its last performance. Chen took her hand and told her not to worry. Everything would definitely be fine. At the meeting, a girl came up to them and said that the distribution of places in this tournament was already very unfair. The Zheng clan, relying on its power, took 2 whole places for itself. And the name Chen, she had never heard of this name before. How could she find this boy? With such a person, it would be shameful to be among the best. Zheng said, "What a coincidence, isn't it, Mrs. Zhang and Chen? Ready for today's battle?" Li said that troubles found them. Zheng said that if they didn't want to be disgraced at the banquet, they should take the initiative to leave their seats and go. Chen asked, "What's wrong with him? Why are all Li Cheng's geniuses mentally retarded?" Li said that although the Zheng family was ranked at the end of the 5 major clans, they shouldn't be so picky. Chen grabbed Li and said that it was time for them to go, and then Zheng did not remain silent and asked them, why were they afraid? Chen told him that if he wanted to fight him, he should wait until today's banquet. Zheng said the ruler had already given orders that everything would be optional until the official opening. Chen said that he wanted to settle this conflict after all. Now that Zheng told him about it, he can't back down, but he asks him not to complain later. Zheng immediately showed his firepower and attacked. He said that this was beyond the impudence he had received, but then Lo came and stopped them. He told them to stop immediately. How could they behave like that in the ruler's palace? The guy immediately introduced himself as the respected Zheng, from the Zheng clan, the head of the 5 great families, and he wouldn't dare contradict him. But it seems he's not the only one with complaints. Right, Mo Cheng. Then Mo got angry and told Chen to give him Li. She knew that Mo was one of the most outstanding people in Li Cheng. If he got angry, I was afraid that Chen might get hurt. Mo said that Chen should give it to him. Otherwise, he shouldn't complain later that he'll beat him up. Chen said that this Mo doesn't like Zhang Li's little sister. Mo said that they have been engaged since childhood. They grew up together. He knows Li better than anyone. Li saw that Mo was angry. Chen would be hurt if this continued. And then she stood between them and told them to stop this row. Chen asked Li if she was protecting him. Li said no. Zhang chimed in and said that they grew up together, so it was natural that they were in love with each other. And Chen had only gone halfway. Who did he think he was? And then Chen got angry and told him to shut his mouth. Chen shot his vine straight at Zhang. The guy was surprised to see the spirit of plants, and realized that Chen was not such a loser. Chen asked little sister Li if she really liked this oaf. Then Li tried to say something, but Chen didn't listen and ran away. The guy asked Gay why he was chasing that girl. Wasn't Hai looking for someone else? Jay said he thought she was special. Chen ran with his eyes closed, and when he stopped, he looked around and couldn't figure out where he was. He didn't pay attention to anything while he was running. And then he heard someone shouting for the scum to hurry up. Chen decided to follow and smelled the rich scent of blood. Several soldiers ran into the city and said that they were wasting time and needed to hurry. Chen realized that someone had killed the guards of the royal palace. Perhaps the killer would come to the banquet, and now he decided he needed to check. While checking, he noticed that they were gone. What if they continued killing? And then someone pointed a sword at him and said that it was the inner palace guard. And what was this guy doing here? Chen turned around and saw a woman. This girl was the commander of the Dark Guards, and her name was Li Ruotong. Chen told her to listen to him, because this is not the one they are looking for. And then the guy told Commander Li that he asked her to hand this guy over to him. He himself would drown him in the water prison. Chen immediately realized that it was breath and blood. Yes, these are the killers. Li said that Commander Shang was patrolling the main hall. Why did they come here? The guy said that the main hall was short of manpower. The leader ordered Commander Li to bring Ping Tianwei to him, and he was temporarily taken under guard by the inner palace. The boy told her to go through. Li said that the inner palace had always been hers. Chen immediately realized that this Commander Shang was very troublesome. Commander Li did not seem to share their interests. If he wanted to stop their plot, he had to win Commander Li's trust. Commander Shang said someone should apprehend this boy and kill him. Wait a second, Chen said. He's a participant in the tournament. He's just a little lost. Shang said the main hall is across the hall from here. How can you get lost here? He thinks this guy is a spy. Chen told Li to believe him. He was definitely not lying to her. He got lost around the palace, then found the guards killed. went after the killers. That's how he ended up here. Lee said that the dark guards are guarding the ruler's palace. Does he know what will happen if he talks nonsense? Chen told his beautiful sister that he was not lying. There was a whole mountain of corpses behind the garden. Shang asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about and ordered to seize him. Lee told him to wait. This is a very serious matter at the moment. The main hall is preparing for the banquet. She must make sure of everything herself. Lee said she was giving the boy a chance to atone for his sins, so let him show the way. Shan said that in that case, let the rascal show them the way. But if the corpses he spoke of were not there, he would be considered a spy. Arriving at the place, Lee asked Chen, "Is this really in the garden?" And then Chen looked around, and there was no one there. Chen understood and saw that there had definitely been a wall here before. Disappeared? And there were no corpses either. Shan said that this guy was a bastard because he managed to lie to them. And where was the wall, according to him? And then he ordered his men to grab him. Lee stood up for the guy and told Shan to wait. They hadn't really checked anything. Why was Commander Shan so eager to finish the guy off? Besides, she is responsible for this part of the palace. Therefore, it is up to her to decide whether the guy should kill himself or not. Shan didn't like her words and pretended to be calm. Chung knew that the underground cave was so confusing that only he could remember the way. But what can we say about the tiny territory of the palace? He can't be mistaken, because he was here and saw everything. Cheng said that, in any case, it happened somewhere here, and he invited his beautiful sister to step aside and watch together. Lee asked him menacingly if he was going to run away, and immediately pointed her sword straight at the guy. Cheng smiled and said, "How could this be possible?" Lee couldn't help but tell him to shut up. But if she found out that the guy was lying to her, she would personally send him to prison for life. After that, they went their separate ways and started looking for clues. Chen pretended to be watching everything. Shan thought that this banquet was about to begin. He had no time for their games. He looked at his servant, gave him a hint, and a portal immediately opened. At this time, Chen felt that something had happened, and it was behind him. Lee found the evidence and saw that it was blood. Lee said that it seemed like the guy wasn't lying. Someone was really killed here. Chen immediately shouted to his beautiful sister. Lee turned around in surprise and asked, "What happened? What was he panicking about?" Lee looked at it and couldn't understand what was going on. Chen said that the road had disappeared. Lee asked him what he was so surprised about. Wasn't he one of the 10 participants? Lee looked at the wall and wondered where it came from. She immediately shouted to Commander Shan. Shang stood on the other side and said to Commander Lee, "Why did the wall appear out of nowhere? Was she stepping on some kind of machinery? Let her wait a little while until he found someone who could help them." Chen thought about it and realized that it seemed like Commander Shang had deliberately lured them into a trap to hide something. Apparently, the relationship between the two is not very good. He should try to talk to her. Chen asked Lee if she could somehow break the wall. Lee took hold of her sword and told him to move away. Now she would try to do it. Lee looked at all this with her magic eye and immediately turned into a fire girl. Chen looked at all this and realized that she was a 5-star sword spirit. No wonder she was so perceptive. Lee at this time used the sword art technique and sent her into the wall with destruction. Chung was surprised and said that the beautiful sister was strong. Even if this sword had an ordinary spirit, the threat to life would not go away. Lee said that even though she used her fighting spirit, she couldn't break the wall. She told the guy that she couldn't destroy it. Chen asked her, "What if we use several swords? Who knows, maybe it will work." Lee understood that using only one sword would already consume a third of her strength. If the soul power in the body was depleted, it would not lead to anything good. Lee said they needed to stop talking and see if there was some other mechanism at work. Chen hit the rock and told his pretty sister that it looked like there was something inside this mountain. Lee took out her sword and immediately broke the mountain. They were surprised by what they saw because these were the dark guards. Apparently, they were killed silently. Lee looked around and said that the matter did not require delay. They must immediately report this to the ruler. Chen said that they were trapped, and Commander Shang had disappeared somewhere. How would they get to the palace? Lee said that their way was blocked by a wall that appeared out of nowhere. There are corpses inside this rock, which is also very suspicious, and she suggested that the guy take a look around. Lai walked deep into the cliff and then suddenly stopped, and Chen ran right into her. He asked her why she stopped. Lee looked at her strangely and said that there was no road further. It was either filled with rocks or it was a trap again. Chen said that the ruler's palace had excellent security. How could the assassins even get in here? Lee said that it simply couldn't be. Judging by the number of corpses, there were enough murderers here. How could they have mixed in with the common people in the palace? Chen thought about the murderers and corpses. Maybe there was a tunnel in this rock. Lee said that now that there were a lot of murderers walking around the palace, they just couldn't get stuck here. They need to get out of here as soon as possible. The banquet is about to start. Chenya decided to take on this responsibility and used his magic. Lee immediately saw that the guy had decided to use his fighting spirit to explore the cave. He only had 3 stars, but he already had such a huge spirit. Chen released his vine, and with it, he found a loophole in this stone. And then, with a flick of his fingers, he broke it. Lee was surprised that the guy could do such a thing, and after opening the exit for them, they were able to find him. Lee said, as she expected, another mechanism. Chen said that this is a secret passage. Who knows? Maybe it will lead them outside. They walked into it without fear, but after going up a few steps, it closed and the torches fell from their hands. Chen ran back, hoping that he was imagining things, but he hit a rock. Chen said that it seemed that it could only be opened from the outside. Chen thought about it and told Lee that they had no escape route. Lee headed for the exit and found the torch there. Lee said it was about the protection and safety of the royal palace. Her level is higher than the guy's. She will lead. Let the guy follow her, but let him be on guard. As she went deeper into the tunnel, Lee asked the boy if he thought it was getting colder and colder. Chen knew that he had indeed felt a chill when he entered the secret passage, but it seemed like he had been swallowed by a spirit. Could that be why he couldn't feel anything? Cheng understood that Fan had used up a lot of her spirit to destroy the wall, but was now gradually slowing down. She apparently didn't have enough strength to continue fighting the cold. At that moment, Chen was distracted, and out of the corner of his eye he saw Lee faint from the cold. Chen caught her and asked what was wrong with her. Why was she so cold? Lee said that everything was fine. Most likely it was this frost that was to blame. Let the guy go first. She would catch up with him. Chen said, "How can this be called a good state? How can he help her?" Cheng felt her body and said that this equipment was frozen and she needed to take it off quickly. Lee told the boy not to worry about her. The assassin's target must be the martial spirit palace. The most important thing is to report everything to the ruler. Let Cheng run quickly. Cheng said that she was right. The killer's target was the spirit palace, but compared to the beautiful little sister, the spirit palace wasn't that important. Cheng didn't wait for her to die, but immediately took out all her equipment so that she could relax a little. Cheng came to her lips and told her not to move, and with a movement of his hand, he would rid her of this cold. Lee began to feel her body warming up, and she was already warm. Lee asked him why he was sucking in the cold air. Was he looking for death? Chen smiled and said, how else could he save her? And then he released all the cold air he had absorbed. Cheng healed her and said that they couldn't stay here for long. It was time for them to move on. At that moment, Cheng fell to his knees from the intense cold that he sucked out but did not release completely. Lee asked him what was wrong with him. Chen realized that he had no control over the absorption of the cold. Having consumed too much, he was now unable to free himself from it. Chen was getting worse and worse. Lee grabbed him and told him not to stand there but to get up. Lee saw that Chen's cheek was frozen, and it was all due to the cold air. This boy actually absorbed all the cold to save her. How thoughtless. Lee took him on her back. After all, she understood that if they stayed here any longer, they would die. She had to find a way to get out of here. Cheng was getting worse all this time, as the cold covered his entire body and slowed his breathing. Cheng entered his subconscious and saw that this cold was hard to overcome, and it also destroyed the soul. And he was not in that state now. Cheng decided to use his powers to devour the fighting spirit. But he still couldn't come to his senses. Lee saw that there was a room ahead that looked like an exit. It was built with chains all along the wall. Lee heard that the cold air, the huge tomb, the evil martial spirit masters who had heard of the immortality pills always liked this kind of place. But then the thought occurred to Lee that this was the lair of the owners of evil spirits. The intense cold penetrated into this room less and less. Lee put Chen in a comfortable place for her and covered him with clothes. Chen said that he was very cold. But suddenly something indescribable began to happen inside the room. Many body parts began to come out. Li noticed this moment and was surprised herself. And then dozens of evil martial spirit masters appeared. The warrior spoke to the vile old man, but he is still alive. The old man did not tolerate such disrespect and immediately attacked. The warrior didn't like this and immediately called him an old fart. Apparently, the old man wanted to die. The old man just laughed at this and said that he was a disgusting old man. All these toys would not help him. They would only rot during the explosion. But then a woman appeared in front of him, who was lying on the bed. She told them that they had not seen each other for a long time. She missed them very much. The old man and the warrior were surprised, and Gui asked, "Didn't she die?" But where was Lao Si then? Gui said that Lao had long since infiltrated the martial spirit palace and was serving the city leader. The old man asked her, "Is this some kind of joke?" Before, they, the 5 devils, had joined forces, but had not even touched the doors of the spirit palace. Their leader died at the hands of the ruler of the city of Li, so how could Lao Si fool the palace guards? Li looked at everything and was surprised that they actually existed. She thought that they were just legends. Chung came to his senses and asked, "What kind of legends?" Li asked him if he was awake. But how did he feel after that? Chung said that everything was fine. He had recovered after resting. Chung understood that although the spirit eater was contrary to the laws of nature, it was still the first form of spirit. So he was able to absorb the damned air, but his internal organs were damaged. But there are more important things. Cheng asked the girl who they were. Li said that they were among the top 10 most wanted criminals in Tiandu, 5 evil spirits that attacked the palace. Gui is ranked 2nd among the 7-star spiritualists. She is extremely charming, according to the data. She is about 100 years old. She is good at deception and seduction. The ghost, old man, is ranked 3rd among the 5-star cultivators. He controls souls and manipulates the bodies of the dead. Extremely dangerous. Although Da Toi is at the bottom of this rating, he is an excellent shooter and is capable of inflicting the most damage out of the 5. But their leader, who possessed 8 stars, was beheaded by the ruler of the city. Currently missing is Lao Si, who loves collecting masks. She is also very good at disguise. She doesn't even know what they're planning. Although the palace is well guarded, the defenses have weakened in the last few years. Li said that she was offering to join Lao Si. Gui pulled out the mask and threw it into the sky. Li was surprised to see this. She asked if this was Consort Sai. Gui said that it was time to avenge the leader. Li said that Lady Sai was the city ruler's favorite concubine, and she never expected that Gui would take on her appearance. Besides, if you listen to them, their 1,000-faced leader, in that case, it's not surprising that Commander Shang removed her from guarding the inner part of the palace. Cheng said that he had previously sensed that Commander Shang had the same spiritual energy as those enemies. It was highly likely that he was the one who sent the assassins. Li said that Commander Shan kept 1/3 of the guards in the ruler's palace. If everyone had gathered, then a sea of blood would have surely been spilled. Li started denying and said she wouldn't allow it. Chung told her to be patient. There is no evidence at this point that they are related, and if the owners of evil spirits notice them, they won't be able to get out alive. The old man asked Gui what she was planning. Gui said that currently 1/3 of the dark guards are in Sai's hands, and there are also 100 dead soldiers. Gui proudly said that Lao Si had put something in the food that would be served at the banquet, so they would meet outside and destroy this place. The old man said that although the Lisheng ruler looks harmless, he has 8 stars. After so many years, his skills must have improved. They are no match for him, so how can they destroy everything? Guy suggested, "What if the ruler can't show up today?" The old men were surprised and asked, "What does that mean?" Gui told the boys not to worry. There was a way out. When the banquet was over, the medicine would take effect, and they would begin the attack. The old man said that if he couldn't show up, then he could take a risk. And then he licked the bomb that was in his hands. The old man and the warrior said that the day of vengeance had come, and then they all disappeared from the room together. Li and Chung came down quietly after them. Li said that it seemed they had gone to the ruler's palace. Cheng thought that if they really poisoned everyone at the banquet, then Zhong Li's sister and the others would be in danger. Cheng ran and said that they needed to get out of here quickly. They had to return to the palace before the banquet began. Cheng started running and immediately missed a grave in front of him, which he crashed into. Li said that it was quite unexpected that this exit led to an abandoned cemetery outside the city, but it's already getting dark. The city gates are probably closed. She's afraid it won't be easy to get inside without the ruler's knowledge. Cheng asked Li, "Isn't she the commander of the Dark Strife? They won't open the gates for them?" Li said that since 5 dark spirit possessors had attacked Li Cheng, the ruler had ordered that no one should be allowed in at night, otherwise there would be severe punishment. Li told Chen that it was time for them to go. After all, they were in a hopeless situation. They had to get there. Cheng held her hand and told her to wait. If they just walked in, they would attract attention. Cheng asked Li if she had heard that when you have money, you can make even the devil turn the millstones. Arriving at the gate, Cheng approached the guard and began to talk to him. The guard gave them permission and told them to hurry up. Once inside, Li asked Chen what he had given him that made him take the risk and let them in. Cheng said it was nothing special, just 2 bottles of liquid that would help when fighting third-class spirits. Li stopped and said that the spirit fighting liquid can heal injuries and helps with spiritual practice. It is so rare, and 2 bottles cost at least 100 gold pieces. Li asked him who he was and where he got such valuables. Cheng said that he just found them. Why was she nervous, sister? Li said that she still found Cheng suspicious. After she settled all the affairs in the palace, she would follow him closely. Cheng suddenly saw that Li was not feeling well and caught her. He asked if she was okay. Her complexion was not healthy. Li said that it didn't matter. They needed to return to the palace as quickly as possible in order to stop the conspiracy against the ruler. Chen used his vine and immediately immobilized the beautiful Li. She asked him what he was doing. Cheng carefully pulled the badge out of her pocket and took it for himself. Li told him to return her badge. Cheng said that now that the enemies were hiding in the darkness, they did not know how close they had gotten to their target, or whether they had managed to enter the palace. But if Li just barged in, wouldn't that just cause panic and chaos? Cheng asked. Why shouldn't she sleep and let Cheng do the rest? Li said with all her might that she did not agree. Let Cheng quickly return her badge. Cheng knocked her out with magic and said that the cold air had hurt her after all, and he didn't want to see her die. Let her leave the rest to him. When Cheng arrived at the banquet gate, he said he was one of 10 participants. The guards said the banquet had already begun. No one else could enter. Cheng pulled out a badge and said that he was from the Dark Guard. Let them not block his way. The guard pointed a spear at Chen and said that one more step and he was dead. Chen asked what they meant. The guards told Chen that unless he was a guard wearing a black uniform, he could not enter without an order from the palace ruler. But then the chief guard came out and pulled his men aside. He asked Chen where he got Li's commander's badge from. What happened to her? Cheng asked the guard if he could come closer to him to explain. The guard looked at his men and told the boy to follow him. Cheng asked, Has the banquet started yet? Will the ruler be present? The guard said that the ruler had left with his 4th wife, and the evening banquet had not yet begun. Cheng said that he would tell him everything now. Someone was planning to attack the ruler tonight. Let the guard go to the kitchen and check everything, and do not allow anyone to touch the food. The guard said that he was just the captain of the Dark Guard squad. What could he do anyway? Cheng said he now has a badge, so he hopes the captain can sort this out. And he himself will go to the banquet to inform everyone. And the rest all depends on the captain himself. At this time, in the festive hall, everyone was slowly gathering, and the celebration was about to begin. Young Master Li Tian asked the advisor if his father had returned yet. The advisor said that according to the servant's report, the ruler, together with the 4th wife, had gone to the lake. Li got angry and said that there were too many defeats in the tournament, and some aristocratic families no longer trusted the ruler. Is there time to take a walk by the lake? The advisor told Li that it was already late. Wouldn't it be better for them to hold a selection test and find out the results before the ruler arrived? The young gentleman gave permission and said that they were starting. The advisor came on stage and began to say that the youth was the main support of the future Lycan. This time, Lekeng's good name is at stake in the tournament. Gentlemen, if there is any dissatisfaction, they can challenge each other. The girl, hearing this, said that a simple servant who managed to reach 7 stars, the city ruler, was truly incomprehensible. The advisor said that 10 people were chosen for the big hour, going to the martial spirit palace as a reward. But now the young master has decided to cancel this hour. People started to get upset and asked the advisor, "Is he joking? If it weren't for the Palace of Fighting Spirit, no one would come here. Are they making fun of them?" Lee said he would give them 3 hours instead. The rules were the same as before. If they were unhappy, they could appeal. One of the guys said his name was Bei Chen, a 3-star martial spirit, and he was challenging Luo Chen. Everyone shouted in unison for Chen to come out and fight. They wanted to fight him too, but no one came out. Lee asked what the Zhong clan was doing. Why were they delaying in accepting the fight? June asked her sister where Chen was. The girl said that she had stopped him from fighting Mo Chen. He must have been upset and had not come. Bei asked Chen in front of everyone if he was afraid of getting a few bruises since he wasn't accepting the fight and avoiding the brawl. But then Chen jumped into the room and said that he was a little lost. Bai said that he was the owner of the 3-star spirit and asked to come out to fight. Cheng smiled and thanked his opponent for challenging him. The girl told Chen that he was a bastard. Where did he go? She thought something happened to him. She cried and said that she thought Chen would leave without saying goodbye. Chen told Zhongli not to cry. He was just lost. Bai attacked Chen with his fists and said that whoever treated him like air should accept death. Cheng released his vine into the fight and told Bai that he was in their way. And then Bai fell to the ground with one blow. The stranger asked, "Who is this guy?" And he is also close to the second lady of the Zhong clan. The guy asked Gay if he was jealous. When he was in another country, didn't he say that he wasn't interested in girls? The guy said his name was Lu Feng. He was a 3-star spirit, and he was asking Cheng to give him some guidance. The second guy was called Wang Wen, and he was a 3-star spirit owner, and he asked Chen to give him some advice. The girl named Sun Xintong, the owner of the 3-star spirit, let Cheng give her some advice. Cheng asked them what they were doing. Are they relying on numbers to intimidate people? Cheng said that since they were not busy with the tournament, he wanted to tell them something. Wei came out in front of everyone and asked him, "Is he afraid to compete?" Zhang Seed climbed to the top and found a nobody who was given one of the places. Was there really no one from Licheng? Zhong came out and said that Wei was mocking Zhong, accusing her of cheating and pointing out the Zhong family's helplessness. Wei asked, "Isn't that so? The Zhong family is in decline, and if it weren't for the support of the imperial family, how could it possibly claim 2 seats? One of the leaders came out and said that this child had repeatedly avoided the battle, was a coward, and in general, he was not worthy of his place at all, and he proposed to remove the Zhong clan member from the tournament. Zhong couldn't help but glare at the old man. Zhong told Zhong that it was okay. They were just a bunch of clowns. They shouldn't be angry at smug fools. The chief pounced on Cheng and said that the sucker is looking for death. Today, he will teach him a lesson. Zhong stood up for Chen and defended him. Using her powers, she asked him how dare he do such a thing. No one expected that Madame Zhang would stand up for her student and put the upstart leader in his place. Young Master Li said that this is outrageous. They are fighting right at the banquet like youngsters. Gentlemen, watch your behavior. The chief old man told young Master Li that Chen refused the challenge. Apparently, he lacked strength. He was just afraid. It's about Li Keng's future, so he asks him to disqualify Chen's disciple. Li told Chief Jug, "This year's tournament is to celebrate Li Keng. Chen has repeatedly avoided fighting. It seems he should leave the tournament." Chen said that they were all a flock of sheep. He was not interested in this kind of competition, but he had something to say to the young master. It couldn't be put off for long. Li said that Chen is arrogant. What kind of important conversation is this? Young master withdraws his candidacy from the tournament. The Zhong clan will be punished for inefficiency. Zhong said that the young master is humiliating the Zhong family. Isn't that too high-handed? Li said that this Chen didn't get along with anyone and looked down on everyone. What's wrong with the young master depriving him of the opportunity to participate in the tournament? Li asked Madame Zhang if she really wanted this man to be defeated in the mansion. Li said that this was the mansion of the city's ruler. Since she didn't say what kind of family this guy was from or where he was from, then he had the right to finish him off. And then the prince came out into battle and asked Li, why was he mocking her? Whether they wanted to believe it or not, the ruler's mansion would disappear without a trace. The guy saw what a prince meant, took advantage of the young master's favor, and was unable to control himself. Li said to call the dark guards here. The Zhong clan has committed a crime that requires all 3 of them to be punished. The guards immediately came running all together and surrounded the boys from all sides so that they could not escape punishment. Li told her sister. The prince couldn't help himself and used his cold powers because he was emitting magic of anger towards them all. The guys said, "What an unusual ice ability. Who is this person dares to talk to Li Tian?" The guy said that if he was not mistaken, this guy was from the Liu clan. Y said that this was the heir of the Liu family, repeatedly refusing to ally with other clans, which angered the elder. The guy said that he was only planning to accompany Vi on this journey, but he never expected to see this. People said that the Liu and Gay clans were among the 3 major families in the imperial city. Liu asked, "Death penalty?" And Li Cheng's young master knows how to throw words. But then the guard pounced on them, but Liu told him to take his dirty hands off. Liu said, "If Li is so eager for death, then go ahead and try to preserve their corpses without severe external damage." Zhong asked Liu why he was provoking the city governor, since it was a crime punishable by death. Liu said that he would never allow anyone to intimidate her, even if those people were from the palace. Li asked Liu how he dared to show such disrespect to the young master. Was he looking for death or something? Y started clapping and said that he was truly worthy of being called the heir of the Liu clan, so bold and powerful. Li asked the advisor, "Liu is here with the Zhong family, right?" Liu asked, "What does the boy from the Gay clan think?" People started asking, "Gay clan from the imperial city? 2 of the 3 major families are here. Why are people from the clan here?" Liu said that although the empire exists, it only owns 10,000 li, and the rest is under the control of clans. All martial spirit masters dream of joining the clan, but they only take the most talented, in other words, geniuses. This is the case with the boy from the Gay clan. The boy told brother Liu that this was his mentor Mu Xie, who had joined the Lan clan. Mu said that he had reached 5 stars at a fairly young age, and the guys were very interested in him. Would they like to sing with him to the Lan clan? Liu stood in front of him and said that he would kill even a clan follower. Mu told brother Liu not to be so vicious. If the Liu clan wants to take in followers, they should think a little about the tiny lichen. By the way, such a beautiful and modest lady would be a great match. The boy told Mrs. Zhong's younger sister that his name was Gay Long. Would she like to meet him? Chung said to Jay. How dare he even think about his fiancée? Jay asked. Fiancé? And this guy is her fiancé? Shanome said he didn't care if he believed it or not, but he wanted to be beaten to death. Ga said he couldn't do it. Shanome asked him, "Will it work?" Let the guy repeat it again, and immediately pounced on him. Ji did not move from his place, and immediately put his powers into practice, grabbing the guy with his big hand. Cheng didn't expect such strength, and immediately fell to his knees through his strength. Gay said that he had lost. Everyone was surprised by this event. They didn't expect Jay to be so strong in this regard. Then the boy's servant came running and asked Gay what he had done to Cheng. Liu said that his Dao heart had been suppressed by the enemy's will. Cheng asked him, "How is that?" Liu said that the martial art of will is penetrating the heart of the Dao. To do this, you need to reach at least 7 stars in order to use this technique. On his way, the master develops, but if his Dao heart has been destroyed by the martial art of will, then the person will never be able to improve himself again. Chen thought about it, and saw Gay as a young man who already possessed 7 stars. A 4-star martial spirit master was like an ant compared to him. Chung said that Gay had shattered Mo Chung's heart into pieces, rendering him completely useless. Isn't that too cruel? Ji said that he liked the man, so no one should interfere, and no one has the power to defeat him. Cheng said that it turns out that Gay liked someone else's bride, but he doesn't think that she thinks as highly of him. Jay asked Chen what he said. Chen said that Zhongli's sister didn't want to meet him, right? Gi got angry and told Chen to let her go. He liked this woman. Chen asked, "Who is Gay to her anyway?" Cheng asked Zhongli if she knew this weirdo. Li immediately, without thinking, confidently said no. Ji lost his temper and used force to attack Chen, and in the end, called him impudent. Liu did not like this, and stepped in before the attack and told them to stop. Liu told Gay that Chung was his friend and he advised him not to act willfully in front of him. Jay said that Liu had a terrifying ice-cold will. Ji flew back and Vi caught him. He asked Gay if he was okay. Jay said that it seemed like this guy was stronger than him and also had an icy will. Y told Gay to forget it. Let him not stoop to their level. It was time to leave. Li asked Chen, "Is he okay?" Chen said everything was fine. Cheng knew that if it weren't for Liu, he might have ended up like Mo Chung. Jay, just wait. One day will come. But then a guard ran in and told the young master that the commander had rebelled against them and surrounded the palace of fighting spirit. They had suffered great losses. Lee was surprised and asked him where the dark guard of the palace was. The guard said that the guard assigned to the palace of martial spirit had been transferred by Lee's commander in advance, and his current whereabouts were unknown. Chung asked, "Did they collude with the owners of dark spirits?" The guard immediately answered, "That's right." Lee said that Chung knew that the commander wanted to attack, but why didn't he tell him about it earlier? Chen said that when he wanted to enter, his way was blocked. He tried to speak twice, but he was interrupted each time. Did they give him a chance to report everything? Lee said that Chung is so stubborn, he thinks that the guy is in cahoots with the dark spirit lord to kill him. And then the old man immediately attacked and said that he was asking for their forgiveness. Liu noticed this and immediately repelled his attack. Liu told the old geezer that he obviously already knew what consequences awaited him for insulting the heir of a great family. The old man said that this was the young master's order. The old slave couldn't even beg for forgiveness from the heir of the Liu family. Chung immediately saw that the old man's power of coercion. Could this really be the real power of a person who possessed 7 stars? Cheng didn't lose his head and immediately used his vine to attack, which he aimed straight at the old man. The old man was surprised by this outcome and asked, "A 5-star spirit? It can't be. After all, he only has 3 stars, but such a strange fighting spirit." Lee shouted that Elder Hu was wrapped in vines. Could he counterattack? This guy must be killed. But then light began to emerge from the cocoon of the liana. The old man was trying to get out of these leaves. Cheng understood that this would happen, because with his strength, the old man could not be restrained. And then the old man successfully emerged from the liana cocoon. Cheng saw that things were bad. There was a huge gap between them. He couldn't defeat this old man. Liu didn't stand aside and saw that his friend was going to lose. He decided to lay down and immobilize the old man's legs, turning them into ice. Liu asked the old man, "Does he think the guy is there for show?" and immediately used his attack. The old man saw that it was will control and couldn't resist it. Li shouted that Elder Hu had been defeated in 1 blow. "He has 8. Yes, he definitely has 8 stars." Old man Hu fell to his knees and survived. Liu said that the old man would continue to fight with the heir who had such skills. Cheng smiled and saw that his friend was very strong and was very happy about it. Liu asked, "Are they still eager to execute him?" Li said that it was just a misunderstanding, a stupid mistake. He begged the heir for mercy. The guard immediately ran in and told the young master to defeat the Dark Guard troops. They were no longer able to hold back the advance. Li told them to hurry and report everything to the ruler. The old man immediately said that everything would be done. Li asked Mr. Chen if he knew the location of the opponents. Chen immediately looked at him angrily. Li told Chen that they had been rude before, and once they arrived at the crime scene and captured the enemies, he would be able to take action himself. Zhong told Chen that the situation was serious, so he shouldn't be angry. Chen said that they were possessors of dark spirits. They had entered the palace to distract the ruler and then carry out their revenge. Lai was intimidated and asked, "Dark spirits?" The old man said that he thought it was just a massacre in the palace, but to his surprise, it was dark spirits. Li told the boys that the ruler's palace had fallen. He was asking for their help. Zhong said that everyone needed their answer. Liu said that he was waiting for the orders of the head of the Zhong family. If the leader did not dare, then he would not dare to act. But if she wanted to run away, he could not leave his fiancée. Zhong told Liu not to say anything stupid. Li saw that the Liu family's position was obvious. He was afraid that after this, no one would dare to say anything about the Zhong clan. Li saw that her elder sister was touched. It seemed that she should take back what she said about her son-in-law. Cheng asked Li if she was jealous. Li said that how could one be jealous of one's sister's happiness? Zhong told Li that their skills were not enough. It could lead to injuries. She and Chen should find a place to sit out. Li told her sister that she wanted to go with her. Chung grabbed her hand and said that they really couldn't help them. Liu took Zhong's hand and told everyone that they needed to discuss how they would all proceed. Li followed Chen and asked him where they were going, and what would they do if something happened to their sister. Cheng told Li not to worry. There were many strong people in the ruler's palace tonight, and the heir of one of the 4 major clans had 7 stars. And Sister Xian is incredibly talented, and she's not next to Liu Shen, so everything is fine. Besides, everyone is taking precautions, so nothing will happen. Li said that maybe he was right. Cheng told her not to worry, to trust Sister Xian, Liu, and him. Chen told Li that no matter what happened, he would protect her. He would not let anyone capture her, be it Mo or Gay. At this time, something indescribable was happening in the palace. Everyone was fighting for the palace, united into one team. Vi asked, "What kind of evil spirits are these? There is no end to the enemies, no matter how many you kill." The old man said, "How dare they do such things in front of him?" But then Zhong saw that the old man was about to receive an attack from behind and decided to help him by repelling it. The old man thanked Mrs. Zhong for saving him. Zhong was very angry and destroyed everything in her path. Zhong heard something and asked what that sound was. The guards suddenly started turning into zombies, as if someone was controlling them. Liu turned back and saw Zhong being attacked and shouted at her to dodge. Zhong was surprised by this and asked what kind of magic was this. At this time, Cheng and Li also heard the sound of the flute. Cheng said it was a corpse and immediately told Li to crawl under the bed. They both went under the bed and told Li to hold her breath. And then at that moment, a guard who had been recruited by magic burst into the room. The guard began to look around the room and look in every corner. But finding nothing, he left. The boys came out from under the bed and Li asked Chen what it was. Chen said it was a corpse that was being controlled. He had seen this before in the tomb. Sister Rutong said that the sound of the flute hypnotized the corpses with the power of the dark spirit. Li asked Chen when he had time to get another sister. Zhong blushed and asked Li if she was jealous. Cheng said that he remembered that the more dead there were, the stronger the dark spirit owner using the control technique. But then he froze and said that it was strange. The noise had disappeared. He should go and check and let Li stay here and not go anywhere. Li told Chen that it was too dangerous. They should go together. Chen thought about it and said, "Right, she might get attacked here." Coming out into the hall, they saw a pile of blood and soldiers who were scattered on every corner. Li shed a tear and asked, "How is this possible?" Cheng began to look at all the boys and shout their names, but no one responded. "Are they all dead?" Li began to look around and asked where her sister was. But then a hand came out of the corpse and moved. Cheng asked who was there. A girl came out from under the corpse and asked the guys to help her. The girl somehow got out from under the corpse and told the guys to help her. Cheng told Li that they needed to help her. The girl lost consciousness and Cheng managed to catch her. He was telling her to wake up. What happened and where are the other people? The girl came to her senses a little and pushing Chen aside, told him not to kill her. She hid herself in fear and kept telling him not to kill her. Li asked, "What happened here anyway? Where is Zhongxian's sister?" The girl said that everyone was dead. Zheng Tao, Wei, Mo, they were all dead. There was no one left here. And hearing this, Li was dumbfounded and almost fainted. Cheng told her to calm down. Xian's body is not here, and Liu is very strong, so they are fine. First, Cheng said, they need to leave this place, and then sort everything out and find out what exactly happened here. Li and Chen ran to Elder Wei and asked him if the sister had returned. Wei said that the lady had not come. Weren't they going to a banquet? Li heard this and just collapsed on the chair in excitement. Elder Wei asked, "What happened?" Cheng said that there was an attack on the ruler's palace last night. The heads of families and rising talents were killed. Wei told Chen that he drank too much and was now talking nonsense, right? Cheng said that couldn't be. What time was it? Wei said it was about half an hour ago. Cheng thought and said that it was very strange. Zhongli's sister was too calm. After all, it would be necessary to return to the palace again. Cheng then immediately went to the palace, and in front of the gate, he saw the guards who were lined up in a crotch. Cheng thought that after such an incident, Li Cheng should have been devoured by chaos. But there were still a lot of guards in the palace. This is all abnormal. One of the guys said that we need to see it soon. The participants of the tournament have been chosen. People said that Li Cheng's top 10 had been determined. And the guy hoped that this time they would bring at least some results. Cheng saw the table and said that there were still 10 members on the list. Why were his and Zhongli's sisters' names still there? But then someone passed by Cheng, and Cheng recognized a very familiar figure for him, and immediately ran after her. Cheng came to the scene and saw what he had missed. and then someone from behind asked Chung what he was up to. Chen turned around and saw Sister Rutong. He told her that it was Chen. Li asked him how he could prove that he was real. Cheng smiled and said that they had survived the disaster in the tunnel together. Li grabbed his face and said that the guy felt pain, so he must be real. Chung asked her how she got there. Li said that when she woke up, she hurried to the palace but found no one alive there. Then she accidentally bumped into the dark guard, hit him lightly, but he continued to lie motionless. And then, upon examination, she found out that he was dead. And when she opened his shirt, she saw that there were some dark threads in his body. She walked around the palace, but with the exception of a few rebels, most of the people were just puppets. They did nothing at all. Cheng said that last night's banquet in the palace turned into a bloodbath. Countless people from different clans died. But everyone was calm and acted as if nothing happened. Some others saw the massacre with their own eyes, but they don't give it away, so it seems the palace is under control. Li said that after all the effort they had put in, it could be concluded that the spirit palace was not their goal. Cheng said that although the dark spirit possessors are strong, but yesterday, many powerful people were gathered in one place. How were they defeated? And then he had a suggestion. Perhaps someone was secretly watching everything that was happening in order to deliver a fatal blow at the most opportune moment. Li said that if that's the case, then they're in danger. In the list of 10 participants, only they and the second lady of the Zhong clan are real. What's with the rest is unknown. 8 people will gather together, and they must join them to get into the spirit palace. Everything will be according to the old rules. Cheng said that Zuo Linglong was missing from the list of participants. The people who were present in the palace yesterday were either killed or missing. The only ones who were definitely alive were him and Sister Zhong. Li said that these 8 people are probably the people who are being manipulated. They know that she and Zhongli's sister are alive and they are going to be killed during the tournament. Li said that they definitely couldn't go into the palace. They had better hurry up and leave. She still had a lot of questions that needed answers. Cheng said to Li, "Why doesn't she go back with him to Zhong Manor?" Li asked. "Zhong Manor?" Cheng said that it was dangerous inside the ruler's palace. If she went with him, he and Sister Jun would help her. Besides, she was not the only one she was worried about. They immediately headed to the Zhong estate. The girl saw Chen and said that he was back. "How are things outside?" Cheng told Zhongli's sister to let him introduce Ruotong. Not only is she extremely beautiful, but she also has a 5-star spirit. The girl greeted and said her name was Zhongli. Rutong said that she was greeting the second lady of the Zhong clan. Entering the room, Rutong asked what the sound was. Li said it sounded like someone was knocking. Then Elder Wei came in and told the second lady that he had come with a message from the ruler. The martial spirit palace was open. 10 participants could enter. Li took the paper and immediately looked at the boys. Rutong said that she did not advise going to the palace. Cheng said that now that the ruler's palace is under control, if they want to kill them, it is useless to hide in the Zhong estate, and he is interested in visiting the spirit palace. And later he will go there, but Sister Zhong will stay here. Li immediately became indignant and said no. Cheng told Li that he knew that she was very worried about Sister Xian, but she also had to understand that the palace was extremely dangerous. She and Sister Rutong will stay here and take care of each other. That way he will feel more at ease. Rutong said that it might not be as dangerous as they thought, but they still needed to remain vigilant. Chung arrived at the palace and thought he was told it was an invitation, but they sent an old man to him. Apparently, there aren't many people in the ruler's palace. However, this old man seemed unaffected by hypnosis. Interesting. Chung told the master that he felt that something was happening to the ruler's palace recently. It was better not to stay here for a long time for safety reasons. The old man told Chen that if he wanted to survive after entering, he should follow what the old man was about to teach him. Ask and talk less. The old man, after these words, began to hit the wall and try to pass through it. Chung realized that it was some kind of mechanism. The old man came to his senses and told Chen that it was time for them to go. Arriving at the palace, the guard asked him why he was alone. Where was the other one? The old man said that only one had arrived. Chung said that the second mistress of the Zhong clan had fallen ill, so she could not attend. The chief guard told the old man that this matter was none of his business, so let him leave here. And he told the boy to follow him. And immediately upon entering the palace, he saw all the boys lined up. Chung thought, weren't all the dead? Even Zuo Ling Long, how did he end up here? Several people in white clothes came out and stood in front of them. The guard said that the youth should greet the sages and lords. The guy said they're acting as victims this time? That's pretty cool, of course. The guard bowed and said that Mr. Sheng was as insightful as ever. Sheng said that this one in particular, although dead, would leave her mark on the sea of knowledge. The collection would be greatly enriched. Shen stroked the girl's face and put a mark and said that he was taking it. And then the girl entered his clothes. Chen saw that he could make her disappear with a flick of his wrist. This is what a god-level technique looks like. They are not ordinary people, are they, clan followers? The guard said that she was sent to the holy sage. Chung thought, haven't dark spirits invaded here? What's going on? Chung remembered the old man's words about what he shouldn't do and what he should avoid. The guard asked the boys why they were hesitating. Let them follow him to the palace of the fighting spirit. Here they all arrived at the palace of the martial spirit. Chung saw that the owner of the dark spirit was Guiji. Maybe the ruler was under hypnosis. The guard told the ruler that the subordinates were here. The ruler told them to understand. The guard immediately ordered them to get up. The guards immediately began to lift the beams. Chung saw that Gui looked scared. Was the plot exposed? And then the guards brought a large cauldron in front of the boys and placed it right in the center of the kingdom. The ruler ordered the guards to bring them in. The guards took the people who were chained and brought them to the cauldron. Chen saw that it was a devilish old man and a big-headed one. It was definitely them. The ruler said that they were attacked by the possessors of the 5 dark spirits. Fourth lady, what should we do with them? He asked. The fourth lady said, let the ruler decide. The ruler said that this time, due to the attack on the palace by the possessors of the 5 dark spirits, Li Keng suffered irreparable losses. At one time, he personally beheaded one of the criminals. Today, he captured the 3rd and 5th. Commander Shang, throw them down. The fourth lady told the ruler that they had already been sentenced to death, so wouldn't it be better to save their lives and use them for his own needs? The ruler grabbed her head and said that he was not interested in her opinion on this matter. The plan was that she would use the power of the 1,000-faced, the 4th, and take him to the riverbank, and the remaining 3 would take advantage of the opportunity and attack the palace. If this place wasn't protected, I'm afraid Li Sheng might already be under the control of another ruler. Consider that he only let her live so that she could repent. Let him act then. The ruler asked Commander Shan, does he refuse? He can't stand killing his comrades, especially his loyal friends. In fact, he had known about this trinity for a long time, but he still did not know where the 1,000-faced one was hiding. The ruler said that he did not expect Shang to be right under his nose. He was worthy of his nickname, a real master. Shang immediately attacked the ruler and said that he would kill him. The ruler saw this attack and dodged it. He did not wait and immediately attacked in return and hit the target. At that moment, Shan was shocked and fell right into the cauldron. And then he turned into a guy and asked, is this really the ship everyone is talking about? The guy told Li Tianlong that he had sorted out the problems in the palace. So would he tell him about the secret kingdom? The ruler said that he said that there are 3 keys to it. He has only 1. They have 1 too. If you forcefully enter there, many people are doomed to perish. The guy immediately attacked the ruler and said that he was talking too much. And he said that their patience was not limitless. If the secret kingdom was not opened tomorrow, he knew what the consequences would be. The ruler said they were a bunch of crazy people. Gui asked him what she said. The ruler told her not to worry. She was just a little tired. The ruler told the guards to send the lady to rest, and not to allow her to go outside without his permission. Cheng thought that the ruler already knew that the 4th lady, Guiji. So many people died. Could it be that the 5 dark spirit possessors were to blame for all this? The ruler said it was good that someone could remain calm while contemplating such a cruel punishment. Chen bowed and said that he thanked the ruler for the praise. The ruler told Chen that he was very smart. It seems that the fact that he survived yesterday's riots is not just a coincidence. Cheng said that he did not understand what the ruler meant. Aren't all the people who were present yesterday here? The ruler told Chen that if he continued to talk nonsense like the girl from the Zuo clan did, the Zhong family would expect the same thing as her. Cheng wondered, was the Zuo clan slaughtered? The ruler said that he was announcing the opening of the Palace of Martial Spirit, and today, the dead of Lycan can enter the palace, but the living must remain outside for some time. The ruler said to Chen, "He knows that there are no living among them, right? But he also noticed that if the clan interferes, some things get out of control." Cheng told the ruler that he wanted to know if the people who disappeared without a trace that night were okay. The ruler said that the dead had appeared, and those who had disappeared were perhaps hiding somewhere. And only those who were in the top 10 of the tournament were ever allowed into the martial spirit palace. Cheng thought that they were already dead, so why would they even go there? The ruler told Chen that he could go, but he should remember that he had an hour. And Chen immediately went to the stairs. Cheng arrived at the books and saw that he didn't expect that there were both martial arts and technique books with illustrations. Illustrated Book of Fighting Spirit, which gives attributes and weaknesses of fighting spirit. Every fighter dreams of the skill to fight spirits. Although the owner of the spirit has a couple of basic techniques, the whole point is in long-term self-improvement. No matter how talented he is or how strong his will is, he can remain at the same level until the end of his days. That's why all warriors hope to learn special techniques that suit their class and attribute to fight spirits. But there are millions of different techniques in the world. It's quite difficult to get the right one. And that's why all warriors hope to learn special techniques that suit their class and attribute to fight spirits. But there are millions of different techniques in the world. It's quite difficult to get the right one. Cheng realized that he had studied a lot, but had found nothing for himself, and time was limited. Instead of looking for an illustrated book with his spirit, it's better to choose a spirit fighting technique that matches his attribute. I think this is a more suitable option. Then a book fell from the shelf onto Chen and hit him right in the head. Chen opened it and saw the mid-level spirit technique of parasitism. Cheng thought about it, and it seemed to him that this technique of fighting spirits has the attribute of wood. His fighting spirit is grapevine. Both are plants, so there shouldn't be any problems. Something started to happen to Chen, and the absorption of his soul power left him. But Chen didn't understand what was happening to him. And then the technique of the spirit of parasitism opened before him. Rank. Medium. Learning this skill in the future can help in forming a seed of power, and you can use this technique on another person and draw on their energy. It is also possible that the parasite will consume a small amount of life force for feedback. Cheng felt sick and immediately grabbed his head. After all, such a force had swallowed him up, completely. Chen realized that it was also possible that the parasite would consume a small amount of life force for feedback. And with his current level, he is already very familiar with the techniques for fighting against mid-rank spirits. And now he has a pretty useful thing. Feed yourself, then absorb the fighting spirit, after using the poison attribute. It suits him perfectly. Cheng said that the spirit palace had only been open for an hour, and he had spent almost all of his spirit power to learn a mid-rank spirit fighting technique. Cheng began to look around and said that there were no other skills that suited him here. Cheng said that there should be higher-level techniques here, but unfortunately, his strength is not enough. He needs to improve and develop to become a master of his craft. Cheng thought, couldn't he just steal a few scrolls, sell them and earn thousands of gold? Cheng told himself to forget about it. There was no need to be greedy. He would learn the mid-rank technique, but who knows if there are guards here? And the ruler is not very kind. Now that most of Li Cheng's talents have fallen, and there is no confrontation between the cities, what exactly is Tianulong doing? After leaving the room, the ruler said that he had achieved quite a good result. Cheng said that he had achieved success, but these people think it is too cruel. Cheng said that it was nothing like that. He just thought that the 5 dark spirits had earned their fame. The ruler said that they were insignificant dark spirit possessors. How did Cheng know so much about spirit possessors? Cheng said that there are 9 spirit stars in total. They are arranged in order of increasing strength. The ruler said that if the spirit palace was so simple, the clan would never surpass the empire. This so-called 9 stars is a well-known limit. But when someone reaches the 9th star, he has the opportunity to become a spirit king. Cheng knew that he had been thinking for a long time about whether there was something that a 9-star possessor was aiming for, but he hadn't expected this at all. The ruler said that the young men in gray robes that he could see earlier belonged to the Tomb group, all of them possessing 9 stars. True geniuses, however, even these people do not dare to oppose the reigning house. But in the clan, a person who managed to achieve the rank of a king can hardly be called truly spiritual. 23 years ago, a tomb was discovered outside of Lee City, and it was said that its owner was a great man who had gone beyond the rank of a spirit king. Later generations discovered that the tomb contained a secret kingdom, which was rumored to have been visited by someone. Cheng asked, "Beyond the rank of the spirit king?" The ruler said that it was precisely the 8 saints in the tomb who were sent to the secret realm. It is said that the 3 great families from the imperial city also sent people there. Cheng said that in that case, Liu's heir was destined to come here from birth. The ruler said, "And Cheng thought that he came only for the sake of having fun with a girl?" The ruler said that the secret realm was a unique opportunity for the families of the imperial city to enter the world of the spirit king and the first family. Once it gets there, it will crush the remaining 2 with its power. A sacrifice is still required to enter the tomb. The sovereign cannot resist the imperial descendants, but even if the ruler voluntarily gives permission to the successors to do this, he will still experience despair. Ruler, it just so happened that the owners of dark spirits wanted to secretly attack the ruler's palace, and even though they turned out to be weak, they still upset the sovereign. Cheng thought it was obvious that this was all a setup to kill some people, but the incident had become too big. The ruler said that he was very lucky, because he had gained a lot thanks to the Palace of Fighting Spirit, but now he wanted to ask for something. Cheng asked how else to ask. The ruler said that this is one of the 3 keys to the secret kingdom. After the kingdom opens, this thing will be very useful, and he wants him to be the one to go to the secret kingdom with the 8 people from the tomb tomorrow. Cheng said that he was just an ordinary 3-star. How could he take on such responsibility? The ruler said that he knew his fighting spirit was special. Maybe this would be a great opportunity to test his abilities. Cheng set out with the elders that same day. One of them said that they were there, and it was time to begin. They immediately opened their powers to the outside and released magic, which they directed towards the gate. The guy told Chen to give them the key. Cheng pulled out a key from his pocket, and a triangle appeared in front of his eyes, which opened the gate. The elders, having reached the 2nd stage, said that it was time to begin the bloody ritual. After the ritual, the doors began to slowly open in front of them. Cheng now understood what this hidden world was like. Cheng and the elders walked inside and found themselves in an empty room. But before them appeared a huge statue that was painted with emblems. One of the elders said, "Didn't they say that the hidden world is full of mysteries? There is nothing here except a stone monument. How could there be treasure hidden here?" The boy approached the monument and asked if this monument was made of black stone. Iron from such stone is one of the most important materials in the creation of the king's weapons, and this monument is capable of producing about 1,000 pounds of black rock iron. The girl said that if they take it with them, their trip will be worth it. The guy took off his robe and said he would do it, and then he used his powers on the stone. Chen said that this iron weighs about 2,000 pounds. Is he going to lift it? The girl said that the strength of one hand is more than 1,000 pounds, so with the strength of both hands, it is not a problem. The guy used magic on the monument and ordered it to rise. The magic dissipated throughout the room, but then something started to happen. And the girl asked, "What's going on?" But then a stranger appeared and said that he didn't expect that this generation of candidates for the post of Holy Sun would be a bunch of fools. The stranger said that the ancient tomb sect was still the best among the 9th grade sects. They knew that the elder of their sect had died, greedily chasing after the black stone monument, which is why he turned into a spirit. The guy said that he did not expect that Mr. J from the Arshi clan would be here. Gay said that he advises to leave quickly, or he wants to take this place for himself. The guy asked, "Does the Arshi clan want to take it?" How he spoke. They had discovered this hidden world, and he was just a thief, taking advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. Ji said that it was impossible to open the hidden world with just the key in the hands of the tomb sect. Not only is he alive, but he has also joined this sect. The Arsha sect and the tomb set have never gotten along. Since he joined them, don't blame him for being defeated first. Chung got angry and immediately attacked the guy. Gi said that these were childish tricks, and immediately pulled out his sword, cutting the vines into small pieces. But then the elders began to protest. The chief stopped them and told them not to worry. They would use him to find out the truth about the other side. Cheng was also very angry and asked, "How dare he use him as a thing? What a bunch of heartless bastards!" Cheng tried to release his vines again, right at Gay, who was trying to attack him. Gi immediately used defense and immediately used his step. Chung immediately fell to his feet, powerless. Cheng felt the pressure on the martial artist's will. Ji raised the sword above his head and told him to die. But then an arrow of ice appeared out of nowhere and headed straight for Ji. But the guy noticed it and dodged the attack. And then Liu and Zhong appeared in front of the gate. Liu told Gay that he hoped this was the last time he was warned. If he attacks his friends again, he will not spare him anymore. Chung was happy to see them. Chen asked where she was. He was worried to death. Liu said she was with him, no need to worry. It's hard to have a personal life, and Chen still wants to interfere with it. Zhong said, "Stop joking. If Chung is okay, then we need to get out of here right now." Liu asked Zhong if he wanted to find the last head of the Jun family here. The girl said, "In the hidden world, there is nothing but a stone monument. The old man cannot be here." Jun asked Liu if she didn't want to leave. Jun said that their situation was not good. He and she could fight, but if Chung got hurt, Junli would be sad. They can't take any risks. They better get out of here. Liu said he can protect them. Zhong said that the two clans have gathered. They are in confusion, and he wants to play with their lives. Zhong asked him, is he seriously reluctant to leave? Ga said, of course he won't leave until he completes his family's assignment. Gay said that Zhong is a stupid woman. Does she really think that he loves him more than anyone? He is just playing with her to cover his tracks. Was this really a family assignment? A cover? Liu said it wasn't. He was talking nonsense. She believed him, didn't she? Zhong asked him what then. He said that he left the Liu family and came to Li City to be with her and when not to leave her. Zhong was offended and told Chen that it was time for them to leave. But Chen stood there, not knowing what to do. The ground began to crack, and the guys immediately all attacked Jay. The guy couldn't react and was injured. Gi kept saying that he was only one step away from understanding the laws of heaven and earth and moving on to the next level. He would kill him. Chen realized that he would not be able to react, and Liu managed to grab Chen and move him aside. Jay also didn't know that Liu would manage to save the boy and repel his attack. Jay told Liu that he was always against him because he wanted to die for this child. He would let him do it. Gi touched the stone and said that the spirit of the black stone tablet was scattered. If he destroyed the tablet now, the secret kingdom would collapse and they would all die here. From such a great force, the earth began to crack. But Zhong fell right under it. Liu saw it and shouted to her. Liu saw that she couldn't get away and bent down to save her. And then he threw her to the other side of the rock. Jay said no way. Golden spiritual chi can only be produced by the death of a highly skilled royal family member, but he didn't expect to find a royal tomb hidden under a secret realm. Ji grabbed Chen by the throat and said that there were rumors that the chi of the golden spirit was so strong that even the slightest touch of it would shatter their bones. Ji didn't bother with him and threw him into the abyss. Liu jumped out to help and told Gay to die. Cheng, falling into the abyss, thought, where is he? But then from his soul, everything began to change, and he turned into a monster. But that was not all. His soul began to change, and a huge force was drawn out. Chen opened his eyes and saw emptiness. He wondered what this place was. Where was he? But then a silhouette appeared in front of him and said, his spirit is the spirit that awakened in his body, the all-consuming fighting spirit. Cheng asked him who he was. The voice said that he didn't need to know the name. Since he didn't answer him, he would look for himself. The voice said that these were indeed devourers. He never thought he would have the chance to see devouring again. Cheng asked him who the hell he was. And what kind of place was this? The voice said that usually people who disturbed his peace died without a body. But since he participated, the all-consuming fighting spirit will allow him to live. Chung told Senpai to wait. Cheng said that they were threatened by an evil man, and they came to him. This evil man is very strong. He wants to destroy the secret kingdom. They can't stop him. Senpai gave Chen strength and said that a mere 9-star spirit fighter had nothing to worry about. And now he will give them the legacy of Taoism, so that they can reach the realm of the Spirit King in one leap. Senpai said that this was a way to compensate for the goodwill of old friends, and sent him back to battle. Liu missed the chance and got attacked. Zhong saw it and ran to look at it. Gay told Liu to stay here and wait for his death. Then Chung came out through the gap and told him to stop. Gay said that he never thought that he would not die in the golden chi. Cheng said that he couldn't die until he got rid of it, and then he attacked with a golden vine. Gay had never seen such a force and could not resist it. Gay asked him how he broke into the kingdom of the Spirit King so quickly. Cheng said that this is just confusion. This is definitely a martial will. Ga said that he is also half a step away from entering the Spirit King realm. Who knows who will die? Cheng didn't leave him alone and immediately attacked. Ga turned around and saw the guy and said, "So fast!" Cheng immediately took advantage of this moment and hit him on the back, so that even G's mouth started bleeding. Cheng said that they would never be able to surpass this half step. Jay pounced on him again and said that it was impossible. Cheng used his vine to pierce his body while attacking, which Gay never expected him to be able to react so quickly. Liu came to his senses a little and asked Chen if he was okay. Chen said that everything was fine and immediately grabbed his head. Senpai appeared before them and said that a new tableting formation was being formed, and now he could go. This is the land of the dead. From now on, let them not disturb this place. Chung thanked him as he left.